A very good morning to all. A warm welcome to everyone present here. I invite you all to the International Conference on Computer, Cybernetics and Education, ICCCE, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP Indonesia chapter, in association with Universitas Fajar, Indonesia, and CMR Engineering College, Hyderabad, India. This conference will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge in fields of computer, cybernetics, and education. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for the research development and promotion in the fields of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interests. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with a mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed prior. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Our incredible IFERP application has been launched and is now available for curious scientific researchers. It is presented as a delightful platform for academic and research breakthroughs, which you can get right now from Google Play Store for upcoming conference updates. So about our academic partner, University Fajar, Indonesia. Founded in August 2008 in the largest metropolitan city in eastern Indonesia, Makassar, Fajar University has grown to become one of the best and most popular young universities based on several surveys. Since its inception, Fajar University has introduced itself as an entrepreneurial university by equipping its students with various skills to be able to become entrepreneurs as well as open new jobs. This then becomes the main character of Fajar University. The curriculum taught in 3 faculties with 15 majors also represents this character. Of course, supported by various qualified facilities. Various types of full scholarship for outstanding regional students also open up wide opportunities for anyone who wants to enrich their knowledge and feel the atmosphere of studying at Fajar University. Not only for students, Fajar University also encourages all its academics to excel and innovate in accordance with the university's vision and mission. Our next academic partner is CMR Engineering College. CMR Engineering College, popularly known as CMREC, was established in 2010. This college is affiliated to JNTU Hyderabad and is approved by All India Council of Technical Education, New Delhi. CMR Engineering College is now a UGC autonomous institution. The college provides a perfect ambience of aesthetically designed buildings. The college is an urban green, lung with awe-inspiring Wi-Fi-enabled infrastructure, well-ventilated classrooms, laboratories to foster technological skills, and libraries where books paint time, space, culture, and genre. International Conference on Computer, Cybernetics, and Education brought together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research results on all aspects of computers, cybernetics, and education. It also provides a premier platform for researchers, practitioners, and educators to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in various academic fields. It is now time to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. I would like to welcome Dr. Ahmad Samsuddin.
Okay, Ms. Mubina.
Dr. Jacob F.N. Dithan. Mr. Jordi Raffles Fernandez. UNESCO Laureate Professor Sir Bashiru Aremu, Dr. Tariq Ahmad Rashid, Dr. Marizen B. Contreras, Professor Edward Babulak, Dr. Alice Maldano Lacorit, and Mrs. Sonal Gulati. Thank you all for joining us. I will also take this opportunity to invite all our presenters from across the world who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to invite all the attendees who have joined us today. On behalf of all the dignitaries and participants, we are very happy to release our International Conference on Computer, Cybernetics, and Education proceeding book. It is now time to welcome the gathering. I now invite Dr. Ahmad Samsudin, Associate Professor, Department of Physics Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Badang, Indonesia. Sir, welcome, sir.
Welcome, Mubina. May I start?
Yes, sir, sure.
Okay, first of all, this is the good morning, every participants around the world in International Conference on Computer, Cybernetics, and Education, ICCCE 2023. It's my pleasure to say welcome to ICCCE 2023 to all participants. I'm the representative of a committee in ICCCE 2023. Welcome to this seminar conference. This conference will hold today's starting from 23rd until 24th February 2023. This conference or seminar will be held by hybrid conference. This seminar organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, Indonesia chapter, in association with Universitas Fajar Indonesia, collaborate with the CMR Engineering College, Hyderabad, India. The agenda of this seminar is combining from the computer science, cybernetics, and education. To all participants, enjoy the seminar. Welcome to the seminar and see in the meeting room to discuss about the presentation. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome.
I would now welcome Dr. Jacob F.N. Ditton, the keynote speaker. Jacob, PhD, currently serves as a Vice Rector for Student Affairs and Cooperation at Universitas Budi Dharma, Indonesia. He was previously awarded with 2 prestigious scholarships, namely Australia Award Scholarship and Monash University Malaysia Graduate Research Scholarship for his postgraduate studies. He was also awarded for the Best Oral Presentation at ICEST International Conference 2018. He is also a certified professional lecturer issued by the Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education Indonesia, and professional engineer issued by Institute of Engineers Indonesia. His research interests are nanotechnology, hydrogen energy, energy storage, power electronics, strength of materials, and heat transfer. We welcome you to deliver the keynote speech, sir.
Well, good morning all, and thanks, Ms. Mubina, for the warm welcome, and thank you for the organizer as well. It is a great honor for me to represent my university, Universitas Budi Dharma. I'm going to be delivering a talk in my field of expertise, which is in 2D materials for hydrogen storage applications. Let me just can you please allow me to share my screen?
Sure, sir, you can.
Okay. So today I'll be talking about 2D materials for hydrogen energy applications. And this is an important topic for this current age because one of the key topics of this conference is regarding electric vehicles. And this technology is also required for a future electric vehicle. Even for now, we can use it in some countries, but they are still using the conventional one. So this is how the problem can be found. We see here this conventional hydrogen storage tank. This is a very heavy tank. Hydrogen is a very heavy gas with high energy density. So when you store hydrogen in this tank here, it's too heavy for some vehicles. That's why we have to come up with a different solution. This is one of the most famous solution currently existing in this technology of fuel cell electric vehicles. We call it as the physical-based hydrogen storage. This is made using carbon fiber tank. So it is entirely made of carbon fiber. It is lightweight, so it is not as heavy as this steel tank. So we can use it for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. However, there are more advanced options. This is what we call as material-based energy storage system. If you can see here, we have adsorbent, liquid organic, hydride, complex hydride, chemical hydrogen, and etc. We have all of these material where we can store hydrogen, and this is where my field of expertise comes to play. I will explain about this option more in detail. But initially, let's have a look at this. We call it this as PEMFC, or proton exchange membrane fuel cell. This fuel cell is the key technology behind hydrogen electric vehicle. Why I chose hydrogen electric vehicle instead of conventional electric vehicle? The answer is, for conventional electric vehicle, we use batteries. Okay, we use batteries. Then you have to spend considerable amount of time to recharge your battery. Let's say, in average, you have to spend 6 to 8 hours from empty capacity until fully charged. So you have to spend time in order to recharge your electric vehicles. This is one of the drawbacks of this technology. So I come with this option of using hydrogen technology, because hydrogen, you can refuel it quickly, comparable to the amount of time spent for petrol-based vehicles. So you just have to spend 3 to 4 minutes to refill your tank, and you can go. You can also cover a significant amount of distance. So you can travel for a long distance, let's say 500 kilometers and above. So this is why hydrogen electric vehicles is more beneficial compared to the conventional electric vehicles using batteries, such as those produced by Tesla. So we can see here from this diagram, you have the proton exchange membrane fuel cell. We have hydrogen coming in from the fuel, and you split this hydrogen H2 into E minus and H plus. So E minus here is the electron. So when you have electron movement, it is the electric current. So we split this hydrogen into E minus and H plus. H plus is this proton, so that's why it is called as proton exchange membrane fuel cell. So you have electricity flowing here by injecting hydrogen. So we need to split hydrogen into electrons and protons. Proton will be allowed to pass from this membrane, and then will be ejected out as water here. That's why this is a very environmentally friendly technology, because we just eject water. It's not like conventional combustion engine vehicles where you discharge carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And then let's have a look at this part here. At this part here, okay, at this part here, normally we use an expensive platinum as a catalyst. So platinum is a very expensive earth material, metal, to split hydrogen into E minus and H plus. That's why one of the biggest challenges of this technology is the price of this hydrogen energy electric vehicle. Because of this fuel cell, PMFC is made of significantly rich platinum material. That's why we have to study how can we replace platinum at this site here. Then this is where my research tried to find out the solution. We use nanomaterials instead of using platinum at this site. or we can combine nanomaterials with platinum to reduce the amount of platinum used at this catalyst site here. In order to understand the best choice of this hydrogen storage material, we have to study some properties of these materials. And this is the recommended best practices for the characterization of storage properties of hydrogen storage materials issued by United States Department of Energy. They suggest us to measure the kinetics properties, capacity, thermodynamic, cycle life, thermal properties, and mechanical properties of these nanomaterials if you want to use them as a medium to store hydrogen or to be used for hydrogen storage applications. Here, my research are placed in these two areas here, the thermal properties measurement as well as the mechanical properties measurement. So I studied these two aspects here. The first one here, I combined graphene. We call it graphene, or for those who are new in this field, graphene is basically just like a piece of paper, like you have a piece of paper like this, but this is made of carbon atoms. So made by carbon atoms. So in a very tiny scale, very small, yeah, a fraction of our human hair. So very small. And I combine these carbon atoms arranged in hexagonal lattice, or we call it as graphene, with boron and nitrogen atoms, and we call it as HBN nanosheet. And we combine this as a hybrid material, and we place hydrogen on the top of these hybrid structures so that we can store hydrogen, and when we need hydrogen to be released, we can just release hydrogen. This is called as a adsorption method. So adsorb means we absorb hydrogen on the top of this hybrid structure. And then we can see here where I have this different configuration. I have graphene without hydrogen, and then I put HBN with hydrogen on the top of it. So this is hydrogen, little yellow, or if you see here, yeah. So hydrogen atoms on the top of HBN, and then this side without hydrogen. The main aim is to see what will be the difference of the mechanical properties of these materials. And then I also switch the configuration, HBN without hydrogen. And then this one is graphene with hydrogen. So carbon atoms this time are placed here with hydrogen on the top of them. And then I also try to put hydrogen on the top of nitrogen only. So there is no hydrogen on the top of boron and no hydrogen on the top of carbon. This one also, I place hydrogen on the top of boron instead of nitrogen and carbon. So only for boron atoms. Here we can look at the mechanical properties measurement result. I have what we call as Young's modulus. Young's modulus is a term for those who are not in this field, where we can measure how strong the material is. So we can see here that the pristine one, or the one without hydrogen, has the highest Young's modulus. So it means it has the highest Young's modulus compared to the other ones with hydrogen on them. So this shows that the addition of hydrogens makes a big difference in terms of their mechanical properties and their ability to withstand pressure or to withstand tension. That's why this is important. If you want to build a hydrogen storage system using nanomaterials, you need to understand that when we absorb hydrogen on the top of it, it will be weaker. So if we design initially, if we estimate the strength to be a figure, for example, or a value, we must understand that with hydrogen, the value will be decreased. So without this knowledge, we can misdesign, or we can design a hydrogen storage system incorrectly. So this is an important finding for us in field of how we can design an effective hydrogen storage system. The main reason of this reduction is because of sp2 to sp3 transition, because we put hydrogen on the top of this planar or this 2D sheet. So when we put hydrogen on the top of it, it changes the bond configuration from sp2 to sp3 transition. And we can see here the fully hydrogenated one. Here it has the lowest Young's modulus. It means it is the weakest one. So the one with full hydrogen atoms on the top of it is the weakest one compared to the one without them. Okay, so and the others are in between. We also measure the stress strain curve. You can see here that pristine hybrid nanosheet here has the highest stress value. It means it has the highest Young's modulus, so it can withstand the highest stress value too under deformation compared with the other configurations here. Well, we can see here too from these deformation shapes. If you see, there are two different figures here. The first one here is the one without hydrogen. This side is the graphene one, and this side is the HBN one. This graphene is technically stronger than HBN. The main reason is carbon-carbon bond, or the connection between this atom here and this atom here is stronger than this atom compared to this atom. So this connection is weaker than this connection. That's why when you pull this nanosheet, if you pull this two sides sideways, if you pull this apart, it breaks here. Okay, it breaks at this region here, showing the strength of this graphene, which is higher compared to this HBN side. However, if you see on this right-hand side here, when we place hydrogen on the top of graphene, rippling occurs here. We can see rippling, so the shape is not just the initial stable shape like this, but there is rippling. That's why it is weaker. When we pull this, it breaks now here. So even though this one is stronger, but when you place hydrogen on the top of it and you pull it apart, it breaks here. So it breaks here instead of this initial place when you see no hydrogen there. So this is a significant finding for engineers if you want to design an effective hydrogen storage system based on these materials. We can see here, this is the side view of this figure. You can see here, it has a stable structure here. But this one with hydrogen, there is like this rippling structure here. So it's unstable anymore with the presence of hydrogen. Similarly, we can see with the stress contour plot here, we plot this stress distribution. You can see here that the highest stress values here occur at the region where hydrogen has been placed on the top of this area here. It means that it experiences more pressure than this side. That's why there is rippling at this side compared to this side where there is no hydrogen. Now let's move to the next part. This part is different one. So previously I discussed about hydrogen with graphene and HBN. This time we call this material as borophene if only with boron atoms. So with these atoms only, it is called as borophene or only boron atoms, no carbon, no nitrogen. But then I combine a new structure. Yeah, we call it as borophene. Borophene means borophene with hydrogen. So we place hydrogen as bridges. So each atom here is placed next to a full hexagonal lattice of boron atoms. So this is a full hexagonal lattice you can see here. And then we put hydrogen next to this bridge. Next to each bridge, I put hydrogen here to see how strong the material will be. So previously we put hydrogen on the top. And if you still remember that, when we put hydrogen on the top, it gets weaker. Now we put hydrogen side by side to see what will be the difference. And this is only boron. Okay, the previous one is called armchair borophene, and this one is zigzag borophene. The difference is with this is called zigzag here. That's why we call it as zigzag. This one is armchair because you can see here just like an armchair. Okay. Then we also measure the strength of this material by pulling them apart sideways. And then we also measure, if you remember previously, one of the most also recommended measurements to be taken is to do a thermal properties measurement. So we also measure the thermal properties of these materials by injecting heat from this side, and then heat is transferred from the heat bath here to the cold bath here. So heat is transferred in the middle region, and then we slice this middle region into small slabs. Then we measure the thermal conductivity in this middle area here. We also remove boron atom from the one side here. We take out one atom. So initially there is one boron atom here, but we take it out. We take this boron atom out, so there we can see a vacancy defect. This is to see in real life if there is vacancy defect, what will happen to this structure when used as hydrogen storage material, because vacancy defect is commonly is a common issue, yeah, that can be appeared in real life applications. Okay, and then we also compare this one. We take out boron atoms from this lattice here, but with hydrogen. So this one initially no hydrogen, okay, no hydrogen, and this one with hydrogen, and we see what will be the difference. Here we can see also from this Young's modulus plot here, we have armchair borophane with the highest Young's modulus. So it means that with hydrogen, this structure is actually significantly stronger than the one without hydrogen. So this is the other way around from the previous results that we have with hydrogen on the top of it. The main reason is when you put hydrogen on the top of this structure, it forms that sp2 to sp3 transition. On the other hand, when we put hydrogen next to this hexagonal lattice, there is no transition appearing. So it still maintains the sp2 transition, or sorry, the sp2 bonding scheme at this lattice configuration. We can clearly see here from these deformation behaviors, you can see we take out one boron atoms here. So there is a tiny hole here. Similarly, there is also a tiny hole here. But this one with hydrogen, this one without hydrogen. When we pull them apart, it breaks here. So it breaks here when we don't have hydrogen. So even with a single vacancy defect here, it breaks here. So when you have a perfect borophene, yeah, you take out one atom, it breaks there. But when we have hydrogen and we take out one atom here, it breaks on this side, yeah. So it breaks here. So it doesn't break at the location of this defect. So it means here that with this removal of boron atoms, but with hydrogen, hydrogen actually stabilizes the mechanical structure of this material, so it gets stronger. This is also important. If you need strength, then now you know which one to use. You want to use the graphene one or the hybrid one, or you want to use this. Clearly the answer is this one. If we need a strong medium to store hydrogen, then this borophane is highly recommended for hydrogen storage applications compared to the graphene combined with hexagonal boron nitrate. This is the Young's modulus plot. Here we have borophane with borophane and with borophane with vacancy defect. You can see here that borophane has higher Young's modulus compared to the pristine one without hydrogen. In terms of their thermal properties, we also have armchair borophane here and zigzag borophane, and armchair borophane and zigzag borophane. Heat transfer is more efficiently transferred here. We can see here at zero temperature with borophane. However, when we take it up, yeah, with higher temperature at 300 K and above, we see that the one with hydrogen is better. So it has a good thermal properties as well as mechanical properties of this material when we have hydrogen on them, whether for mechanical properties and thermal properties. So that's it for my presentation. I hope this can shed some lights for all of you in terms of nanotechnology and the application for hydrogen storage application. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. If anybody has any questions, you can ask him. Okay, I hope nobody has any questions. Thank you. So thank you for sharing us your insights. We're hoping to join us in next conference, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Good
so
luck
much,
for
sir.
everyone. All the best. Bye-bye. Yeah.
So the next session is the panel discussion. We'll be starting our panel discussion in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Hello everyone, my name is Ratu Triangsa Sadita and I'm a student from Wijaya Kusuma University in Surabaya, majoring in English Education Department and also student of Mrs. Lucy Tunik Muharlisiani. I will inform you that there will be an international conference on computer, cybernetics, and education, or we can call ICCCE 2023, which will be held on 23 and 24 February 2023. Why do you have to attend ICCCE 2023? Because you can get interactive
Moving on to the panel discussion, I would like to welcome Dr. Alice Maldonda Lecurate, Dean of College of Computing and Information Technology, First Asia Institute of Technology and Humanities, Tanuan City, Philippines. Dr. Alice is the Dean of College of Computing and Information Technology at First Asia Institute of Technology and Humanities, Tanuan City, Batangas. She is a book author in the faculty of the School of Graduate Studies, handling Masters in Information Technology courses. She also teaches in the undergraduate program, handling courses in the field of computer science and information technology. In her more than 15 years of teaching experience, she had been a speaker to various webinars and conferences on master classes and other topics related, but not limited to, computing professional ethics, outcomes-based education, information security and cybersecurity, and data mining. As a researcher, her interest and expertise focus on community-based IT project development, like Bogwit Finder, a mobile app utilized during the Tal volcano eruption in 2020 for searching evacuees and evacuation centers. Moreso. She produced research papers on green computing, information science systems, unmanned aerial vehicles, and transportation management system. She had attended various research and conferences and fora in local and international research conferences, of which the most notable one was a research presentation in Harvard University in 2017. Currently, she is now involved in Tal Volcano Island Conservancy Program of 5 colleges. Some of her affiliations are: she's a member of Commission of Higher Education Regional Quality Assessment Team in Region 4A, National Board Officer of Philippine Society of Information Technology Educators, and board member of the Integrated Southern Tagalog Information Technology Education, an organization awarded the 2020 EBET Innovation Award. She obtained a Doctor of Information Technology at the Technological Institute of the Philippines and Master of Science in Computer Science at Batangas State University. We are very happy to have you with us today, ma'am.
Thank you, Mobina. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? All right, okay. Thank you. Are we going to proceed with our
Yes, ma'am.
with the discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you going to share something, Mobina? Are we in the round discussion?
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute, ma'am.
All right. Yeah. I hope all our participants are enjoying and, of course, gaining a lot of insights in our conference. So,
ma'am, I would like to ask you, in what ways is artificial intelligence currently being used to transform industries such as healthcare, finance, and retail?
thank you. Artificial intelligence is really transforming a wide range of industries, including healthcare, you've mentioned that, finance, and in retail. In healthcare, we would notice, and for some of us, we were able to see some of this transformation in medical imaging. There are AI systems that is being used actually for medical images such as X-ray, MRIs, to help actually the doctors make more accurate diagnosis. Aside from that, there are already systems with AI applications which are actually used for personalized medicine. AI is being used to analyze patients' data, such as medical histories and genetic information, for this particular system to actually develop personalized treatment plans. We also use AI in drug discovery. So AI is being used to actually speed up the process of developing new drugs, analyzing vast amount of data, and predicting how this particular drug will actually interact to the body. There are a lot of systems already that is being used and applied in healthcare. Also, AI is also applied to finance. Like, for example, in fraud detection. This is very prevalent and dominant in financial institutions. So for fraud detection, AI is being used to detect activities and analyze large amount of data if there are inconsistencies and if there are abnormalities in the regular amount of data that is being generated and is being used by a certain financial institution. From there, they will be able to detect if a certain fraud is happening. Also, in terms of retail industries, AI is also very much transforming retail industries in terms of customer service. There are a lot of AI-powered chatbots already that is being used to actually provide assistance and services to our customers. Simple example is that when you come up or used or bought into a website wherein you are being communicated by a chatbot, that particular website. Those are just simple applications of AI systems. Also, you'll be able to see and read that some of the AI systems are also being applied in inventory management systems, because all of these systems are actually helping organizations optimize, particularly their inventory management, by what? By actually predicting how much demands are they going to have in the next coming months, or even there are AI systems already that is being used to actually reorder or replenish some of the stocks that this organization has in their inventory systems. You will also see that most businesses are using the advantage of AI when it comes to personalization. Depersonalization is a system wherein when a customer is bumped into a certain product, right away you will see that there are recommendations of the same products that is already embedded in the systems or applications that you are opening. So in this case, AI is actually learning, no? Studying and analyzing our behavior when it comes to buying a certain product. So we will see that a lot of transformations are now being experienced, being implemented in the wide range of businesses like this healthcare, retail, and even in financial institutions. Obina, I think that's my answer.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's like it was really enlightening. So moving on to the next question, I would like to ask, what are some of the most promising emerging technologies that are expected to have a significant impact on our lives in the coming years?
Okay, there are a lot of promising technologies coming out that will have an impact in the lives of people, in the lives of many organizations and businesses. One of which is what you have asked a while ago, which is artificial intelligence. That is one of the really most promising industry that will have a major impact in many industries, including transportation and other industries that we have. Because a lot of data is already now being used by a lot of industries. These data will now be used by our scientists or developers for them to be able to come up with artificial intelligence systems. It will make and transform our lives from the way we work, the way we communicate, and the way we make decisions and even interact around the world. There are a lot of AI systems already. Another promising and emerging technologies that is coming out is the Internet of Things. This is a growing network and sector of the industry wherein it is continuously expanding, connecting our smartphones, our smart appliances into a certain consolidated process, do a certain job that's coming in now. Blockchain, if you have heard of blockchain technology will be applied to have a more secure and transparent way of actually recording and verifying our transactions. If you happen to hear about augmented reality and virtual reality, its impact on education, in its impact on the way we actually do things in retail and even in healthcare, these technologies will be coming out and will be transforming our lives in the maybe next succeeding years. One that you will hear in addition is the quantum computing. Quantum computing, which is now in the infancy stage, will be also transforming, will become a promising technology in the near future because the vast amount of data that we have and the applications that we have in coming up with artificial intelligence systems that will need powerful machines that calculate, calculate processes, calculate the various figures that we need for us to be able to come up with a faster and more accurate systems and applications. So those are the promising technologies that will be coming out in the near future. Thank you, Mobina.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. So, yeah, I would like to ask you, how is the rise of Internet of Things, IoT, transforming the way we live, we work, and we interact with our environment?
All right. I mentioned about IoT and it's coming out as one of the promising technologies. In terms of how it will transform the way we live and the way we work and our environment. If you happen to know about smartphones now, they are one of the application of Internet of Things that you're able to use your smartphones to turn off the lights, to turn on a home appliance, or even to actually implement a smart security at homes, even reduce the energy consumption that you have. These are part of the development of a transformation that we will experience when it comes to IoT. Aside from smartphones, we'll be able to also experience maybe or try to read about smart cities. There are a lot of researches about smart cities. This is also an IoT based applications wherein in a certain city or location, we're putting a lot of sensors, for example, connect our devices to collect data on traffic, on air quality, and other aspects of life. And that particular data that will be collected by an IoT application will be used to optimize the services of a particular location for those people who are actually serving that location. Another is in environmental monitoring. IoT can also be used to monitor the environments. Like, for example, we would like to see weather patterns. IoT will be able to touch that particular aspects of the environment, as well as you will see that a lot of industries already are actually automating their processes and they are incorporating Internet of Things to actually do, for example, some of their manufacturing activities, some of their logistics, and they are actually connecting some of the equipments that they have in a mobile system or in a mobile phone and try to actually control that particular equipment in just a touch of their smartphones. So there are a lot of things that will be discovered and implemented through the use of IoT. And this will really impact some of the things we have at homes, we have in our cities, and we have in the various business establishments that we know and existing in our community.
Yeah,
Abina?
thank you, mom. Yes, mom. Yeah, as you told, mobile phones, they are a very big impact in our lives. Yeah. So, mom, next I would like to ask you, what are some of the most significant cybersecurity threats that individuals and organizations are facing in today's digital landscape?
All right. Speaking of cybersecurity threats, there are actually common cybersecurity threats that even individuals like us are actually experiencing because we are all in the digital landscape and cyberspace. One of which is phishing and social engineering attacks. These are the most common here in the Philippines. And basically, these are hacking or stealing of sensitive informations like our username, our passwords, and basically financial data in most of the cases in the Philippines. We also have it's what we call ransomware. And it's kind of a malware attack wherein it actually encrypts the files that you have in your computer and then give you some conditions for you to be able to pay them some ransom. Okay. We also have insider threats. That's also one wherein some malicious behavior of individuals are being caught inside the organization. This includes maybe unauthorized disclosure of data and leaking of sensitive information, which is done by an employee of such organizations. In some cases, for example, we always read a lot of the cyber threats, which is called advanced persistent threats. when we talk about APTs, these are actually professional hackers. Okay, these are professional hackers who are not really a novice hacker or actors or bad actors in the cyberspace. APT are actually attacks that are really carried out by such quote unquote professional bad actors. And this attack involves multiple stages. It's not like phishing or hacking that it only involves one time attack, but the APT is really for professional. These are being done by really groups of already professional hackers in the cyberspace. In the Philippines, we also have experienced the distributed denial of attacks, wherein the websites are being flooded with a lot of requests from the server, which makes the server of that particular website droned and overwhelmed by such attacks. No? And in that case, the legitimate users of such website cannot really access the particular website because of the flooding of all the requests done by a certain bad actor. So those are some examples of and some significant cybersecurity threats that we have and that can be experienced or being experienced now by some individuals and some organizations, especially if they have a lot of important data that that particular hacker would like to have.
Yes, ma'am. Like, yeah, the hackers has now become a biggest threat. Yeah. So next question would be, what role do you see technology playing in addressing global issues such as climate change and resource scarcity?
All right. When it comes to climate change, technology can actually play an important role and resource cards. One of the example is that there could be a technology, and now I think this is very common, and a lot of researches are already conducted on the use of this energy efficiency and renewable energy. There are technologies that can actually help improve energy efficiency and even reduce carbon emissions. I think it was discussed. I heard about the previous speaker that we have talking about carbon footprint and carbon emissions. Smart grids, if you will be able to see solar panels, these can actually optimize energy consumption while we're actually accepting the concept or embracing the concept of renewable energy, such that the solar energy for which powers up our solar panels or our smart grids. Also, you will now able to see sustainable agriculture or sustainable agriculture already, wherein farmers can actually optimize their resources in terms of water, fertilizer. But of course, these technology are actually integrated with, for example, IoT, so that the farmers will be able to see and monitor when are they going to water their plants or their crops, when are they going to apply fertilizer for their crops. We can do that, and that could be that could be the role of technology in agriculture. Aside from that, when it comes to in terms of resource scarcity, like for example, in education, technology can really help raise awareness in terms of various issues like climate change as well, and resource scarcity. Because in education, digital platforms can provide access to educational resources. And if a certain school will not be able to, let's say, provide hard copy or printed copy of the books that they need, students and faculty members can actually make use or access online resources that is available on the internet. And social media, of course, can also play, which is a technology, can also play an important role in actually addressing issue on climate change. So there are a lot of individuals already, communities already in social media that are focusing on environmental activism or advocating care and protection for the environment. We can use technology addressing all those global issues of climate change and resource scarcity. I think that's by sharing.
Yes, mom. Yeah, mom. And it is a very great thing that you developed this for the searching the evacuees and the evacuation centers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Yeah, ma'am. So yeah, the next question is, how are advances in virtual and augmented reality technologies changing the way that we interact with media and consume entertainment?
All right. What's very exciting and interesting about virtual reality and augmented reality? Yes, I think if you have heard of um, uh, the metaverse, that's really an exciting event coming up in the area of virtual reality and augmented reality. In virtual reality, I think you have heard or read about Facebook Horizons. Anyone from our participants? Right? The Facebook Horizons. These are advances in virtual technology, in virtual reality and augmented reality. Immersive experience. That's one of the experience that we get from virtual reality. That will be enhanced and improve the immersive experience. For example, we'll just be using a headset, right, which can transport users to a different world. If you have heard of Second Life, Second Life, I think, is an application of a metaverse. But here in the Philippines, we have applications already, but it's not fully full metaverse version, those applications. For example, we have here in the Philippines this what we call Kubo app. Not a full version of a metaverse, but it actually enhances interactions of users in a certain environment. This is where they can go together, have live streaming, and chat together. We have the kind of application used here in the Philippines. We also have banks, I think, initiating the concept of metaverse here in the Philippines, which is the Union Bank of the Philippines, wherein the depositors can actually inquire on how they will open an account on a particular virtual environment. That's really, really an exciting improvement and an exciting area in terms of banking and financial institutions. Also, I have saw how education as well have transformed into applying virtual reality and augmented reality in the way we actually teach their students. There are applications which are being embedded by AI already, and the concept of metaverse and virtual reality wherein, since there are a lot of classes conducted online, they're actually using this application. For example, it's very hard to conduct online classes for PE classes, physical education classes. Now they're actually using software with this concept. And students are just gonna record their dance moves and submit it to the teacher. And then there's an application already which can analyze the movements of the hands, the feet, while the students are dancing. And these are changes basically, or advances basically, in the field of virtual reality and augmented reality, how making a virtual object became real in augmented reality. That's it, Mabina.
Yes, thank you, Mom. So yeah, the next question would be, how are blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies changing the landscape of financial transaction and security?
Okay, I have a little knowledge on just a little knowledge on blockchain and blockchain technology. But I'm hearing a lot of applications of blockchain, and one of which the idea that I like in blockchain is this what we call decentralization and transparency. Because in blockchain, the information are really very transparent to the members of a certain block. In the security that blockchain is actually implementing in their technology actually changes the landscape of financial transaction. Like, for example, those that are not into using banks, for example, for their financial transactions, will now easily access digital financial transactions through the use of blockchain. So blockchain will really transform and will really change the landscape of financial transactions in terms of security. There will be no intermediaries like the banks as intermediaries. The individual can directly connect to a certain institution, to a certain person to do financial transactions. And what's good with that is that the security of the transaction is there in blockchain technology because of transparency. Everybody will see if there are abnormalities that is happening in the blockchain. So that is what I can share about how blockchain will actually change the landscape of financial institutions.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. So yeah, the next question is, how has the shift to cloud computing impacted the way business store and manage the data?
All right. Cloud computing is really now the name of the game. And a lot of business establishments are really into cloud. What changes that we see in cloud computing is that one is a greater flexibility in terms of the way businesses will actually store and manage or access the data that they have. It's very flexible because they can actually access the data that they need anywhere as long as they're connected to the internet. Second is, of course, in terms of cost. When we go for cloud computing, it reduces the cost that we would incur in buying physical servers, in buying storage that we need in our organization. So this reduces the cost of buying the physical servers. But the reduction is basically once you want to actually implement or use cloud, you have to subscribe for a service of cloud services that we have. Aside from that, improve security. If you will be using a physical server in your organization, or if a business is actually using a physical server in their organization, they have to also require security for that physical server, the software that they will be using, firewall that they need to install in their physical servers. Now, if you're going to subscribe into a cloud or use cloud, there is a reduction in terms of the cost of security because the cloud provider itself has to have a security of all the data and the client that they subscribe, the client that subscribe to them. Another is, I think in terms of backup and security, if you have your own physical server in the organization, you have to schedule when are you going to back up the files or the various transactions that we have every day or in a week? When you subscribe to a cloud, it's easy for you to schedule backup of those important files that you have. Also, because you are connected in the internet and you have your cloud storage in the internet, there is an improvement in terms of collaboration. Customers, the company or the business itself can easily collaborate. Even the suppliers can easily collaborate with one another because the data are there in the cloud. Anyone who are authorized to access it can immediately access it. So that's good. And those are the impact of cloud computing in some of the businesses that we know.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for answering all the questions. I would like the audience to ask if you have any questions, you can put it up to Alice.
I think Dr. Abdulaziz is raising his hand. Doctor?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so
Hi,
much,
Doc.
Dr. Alice, for hi. First, I'd like to thank you for this informative answers. My question is about the bad aspect of AI. We know that these days we have what's so called the chatbot,
Yeah.
Chat GPT. So actually now it's help actually the lecturers and student to gain more informative data. However, the student might use it in a proper way. They use it, for example, especially in online assessment to cheat in their exam. So what are the techniques that we can use to mitigate the potential consequences of such thing?
All right. In terms of, yes, I would agree with you that a lot of AI already are being used in schools or in the way we actually teach. But of course, the techniques that you can do in actually mitigating this kind of behavior of the students is that, and it's not only because those kind of behaviors can also be seen in some of the applications that they actually use. For me, and in my opinion, because we cannot really eradicate those kinds of behaviors if a certain individual would like to do that. Whether, especially now that a lot of AI applications are already there, I think if you are the teacher in the classroom, my suggestion is, you know your students well, you know them better. In terms of technology, it depends on what kind of software or AI application you use. Now, in terms of assessment, this is what my focus is. In terms of assessment, because there are a lot of AI already, the software or applications that is being used to actually do that particular behavior. Perhaps for me, I would suggest there should also be some human intervention, sir. That's one. There should also be one human intervention. That's also very important for us to be able to really check and assess if the student is really attaining this kind of outcomes. That's one. The second is, I don't know, in terms of the assessment that you use, because there are a lot of AIs already. I think responsible use, teaching our students on how to really be responsible and not to do that kind of behavior might help us to actually reduce and to actually minimize those kinds of behavior of our students. But in terms of technology, sir, because a lot of AI, for example, there are applications already who can actually imitate videos, copy your videos and actually execute that you are the one speaking, you are the one in the video, but it's not. So I think we can actually um, use human intervention in that case, because we cannot really we will not really know that if we only focus on the things that they feed us, or the things that they submitted to us, we will not really know if we do not apply some human intervention if this particular student is really doing on its own. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Any other questions from the participants? Yes, I think nobody has any questions. Thank you so much, ma'am. It's a very great discussion and you have answered very beautifully. We're hoping to interact with you and to join with you in many such conferences, ma'am.
Thank you, Mabida, and thank you, everyone.
So moving on to the next, I would like to welcome Dr. Tariq Ahmad Rashid. Tariq Ahmad Rashid received his PhD in Computer Science and Informatics degree from College of Engineering, Mathematical and Physical Science, University College Dublin in 2001-2006. He pursued his postdoctoral fellow at UCD from 2006-2007. He has been included in the prestigious Stanford University list with 2.7% of the best world researchers for the year 2020. Tariq is on in the list of top 10 researchers in Al-Ain Iraqi Researchers Ranking 2022. He served as a dean, the College of Business and Management Studies in Sabas University from July 2009 to April 2010. He was a professor at Software and Informatics Engineering, College of Engineering, Salahuddin University, Erbil, Kurdistan professor from April 2010 to December 2021. Currently, he is working as a professor in Computer Science and Engineering, University of Kurdistan, Huller, KRG, Iraq. We welcome you to this conference, sir. Please take over the session.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you very much for the great introduction, Ms. Mobina. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Is it clear, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much again for all organizers of the conference, the chair sessions, the participants, the organizers in different levels, academic staff, admin, operational management, many thanks to them. Today's presentation is about the core of emerging and using artificial intelligence methods. So me, Tariq Rashid, computer science professor at University of Kurdistan, Hawler, Iraq. I will start my agenda by giving you a bit background about the AI types and descriptions. And also we hit on some application in AI, artificial intelligence, which is the core subject in today's life. And we hit on nature-inspired materialistic algorithms. And then we give you some applications in education, systems, in engineering, in healthcare. And then finally, we give you main concluding points and future direction for this work. Now, AI, artificial intelligence, is important topic, and it has been important in the life of computer scientists. The history can go back to more than 3,000 years ago. So we will talk about intelligent behaviors of AI, and we give you diverse approaches of AI. And then we provide some examples of how to use AI and types of the problems that computer can do and types of the problems that computer cannot do yet. Sorry. So first definition of AI is concerned with the design of intelligence in artificial device. And this terminology coined by our father, McCarthy in 1956. So you've got a device and you put program on it. So that's the basic definition of it. And then there are two aspects of describing intelligence. The one says that a system with intelligence is expected to behave as intelligently as humans. So you have a system does whatever human does. Okay, so this is a very difficult prospect. You've got a system, computer system can do as human does. The second one, it's a bit lighter, which is a system with intelligence is expected to behave in the best possible manner. So you're trying your best based on the environment is given to you and the situation, condition, and circumstances. So the system will do whatever it can. Now, there's also behavior types. We could have thought process, the brain that we have, and we have a reasoning ability. So if you come to the school and you work hard, then you pass. That's a reasoning. Based on factual things, you conclude. If I study hard and if I do my homework, then I pass. And then the final exhibitions of the system in terms of their actions. Now, there are four thoughts of school in AI, and it has been there. The idea of dividing schools into behaviors of these systems. So the first system or the first thought is thinking rationally or cognitive science approach. This is about designing systems that are intelligent as humans. So this is, you've got a system, similar to humans. So this view involves trying to understand human thought, so human brain, human process, how human process the thought, and effort to build machines to emulate, to mimic human thoughts. So I think this one is a bit difficult. So you have to be very, very advanced in AI to build a system, does whatever human does. And the second thought of school is act rationally or Turing test. Actually, this one designed by another father of AI, which is Alan Turing. Okay, so it says that Turing held that in the future computers can be programmed to acquire abilities rivaling human intelligence. So it is the idea of imitation game. So you've got two rooms isolated from each other, and there's one interrogator sends a set of questions to two rooms. Okay, they are isolated. One has the computer, one has human. So if the interrogator receives answers from these two rooms without being able to distinguish which one is which or what is what, which one is coming from the system, which one is coming from the human, then we could say that Turing test is passed. And basically the media or the tools is a teletext or textual messages. So the question whether Turing test has passed or has been passed, so we can discuss it later. This is the Turing test, two rooms, isolated, interrogator sends sends information to this and to that, then we'll see whether they send back the answer, and if they are which one is which, then we say that the Turing test is passed. Now, that was the Turing test, and the third, thinking like a human, or logic laws. So this one basically studies the idea of or rational thoughts process or inferencing, you know, like if you work hard, again, you do your assignments and your attendance is, you know, fine, then you pass the exam. So inferencing, mainly based on logic, mathematics, and conclusion. And acting like human or rational agents, this one basically focuses on how we build system based on robots, based on softbots, and they do act rationally. Rational agents. Now, we come to this slide to talk about what are the AI tasks. Okay, the AI task could be divided into two parts. Commonplace task done routinely by people and animal. You know, for example, recognizing people or objects easily. A human or animal can do this task. You know, you can avoid objects, navigating around obstacles, indoor or outdoor, communicating through language, natural language process. And there are some tasks whereby can be done by experts, you know. So basic standard person cannot do it professionally. So medical diagnosis, mathematical problem solving, playing games like chess. So this one needs to be built by expert systems. Now, intelligent behavior, we could talk about perception involving image recognition and computer vision. Reasoning, we talked about the facts and you conclude from the facts. Learning, which is based on deep learning neural networks, and this one called weak AI. Understanding language, natural language processing, speech processing, solving problems, and robotics. Now, practical AIs, we have types of AI, one of them called practical AIs, photocopy machine that you have it in your office. That's a practical AI. Soda machine or Fanta machine, that's also practical AI. So there are states the machine will go through and you know, responds to the request of the user. There's also strong AI. This one, strong AI, means that we're aiming to build machines that can truly reason and solve problems. Okay, you know, the machine should be self-aware of the overall intellectual ability, and this machine cannot be distinguished from the human being. So machine is like a human. That's strong AI, and I don't think that we are into that yet. Strong AI means that, you know, you cannot distinguish between the machine and human. Okay, so that's strong AI. And then we have weak AI. I talked about this one, which is, you know, right now we do a lot of machine learning and deep learning. You know, we have state A, then we do action A. We have state B, then we do action B, and so on and so forth. So weak AI, mainly machine learning and other AI techniques. Applied AI, the one that we use it in offices or smart system or smart building or security systems, security tools, to be able to do some recognition tasks such as face face recognition or fingerprints or handwritten recognition. There is a type called cognitive AI. This is very difficult, very advanced. Computers are used to test theories about how human mind works. So this is basically how the structure of human brain and how they work. So we have to build some computers to test these theories, to test how the human brain works, which is very, very advanced, very difficult. You know, areas of AI or artificial intelligence where it is, you know, it could be cognitive computing, it could be deep learning, data engineering, data science, data analysis, classification, which has been done and has been used, and neural networks, natural language processing. Earlier, my colleague was talking about ChatGPT, you know, mainly they've collected a lot of data sets, you know, trillion of data memory there, and they do machine learning using supervised and reinforcement learning. They built up their machine. Machine learning and algorithms, optimization algorithm, we can talk about computer science, clustering, computer vision, and so on and so forth. And there are more areas as well. Now, applications of AI could be healthcare, transportation, agriculture, education, e-commerce, entertainment, robotics, social media, data security, finance, gaming, agrotechnology. There are more new applications or new areas that we can hit and target. Now, AI systems today have been able to achieve limited success in some of these tasks. For example, in computer vision, in robotics, in natural language, in expert system, AI system, we're able to do a lot. Speech understanding, planning, schedule systems, learning systems, and games. You know, in 1997, Garry Kasparov lost against computer. So text categorization, you know, AI managed to do a lot of text categorization in different languages, document categorization, sorry. Yet AI has to understand natural language robustly, read and understand articles and newspapers, surfing the web intelligently, a bit difficult. Learn a natural language, construct plans in a dynamic real-time domains. Okay, so we're looking for system whereby it takes knowledge, autonomous, does learning, and does cognitive science or cognitive recognition or thought process. This one hasn't yet been emerged. Then the second part, I hit on natural inspired algorithms, which I work on. These swarm intelligence and bio-inspired algorithms that would form a hot topic today. And there are a lot of new developments or new algorithms inspired by the nature. One of them is machine learning, you know, artificial neural networks, which is extracted from human brain or simulation of human brain. And there are more algorithms were taken or extracted from the nature, either from biological system or physical system or chemical systems. So depends where you take this inspiration. It depends from, you know, either you take it from the nature of from human body or from chemical systems or biological systems. Some of these algorithms are very effectual and active, and some of them are not. Research in this area is very active. You know, a lot of information there, a lot of references there. And also because the problems are growing in terms of size, dimension, complexity. So therefore, new problems need new algorithms to solve. But there's a problem that there are a lot of algorithms are going to be designed or have been designed, but not all of them are very active or to tackle real-life problems. Therefore, we need to be very careful when we try to design a new algorithm or we try to invent a new one. So we have to make sure that we don't do recycling or replica. So I think we need to make a framework, you know, so that we can make evaluation or checking all these algorithms, you know, in terms of performance, accuracy, in terms of complexity, in terms of time, asymptotic notation, mathematical. So computation-wise, memory-wise, power usage-wise, we must have an action plan and to group these algorithms so that we can evaluate them and we can make a framework to see if we need to design new ones, if the problems are bigger that cannot be solved by the existing ones, then we move forward to design or modify. So the framework or the framework that we are going to design has to be based on a concrete mathematical justification and logical reasoning why we are going to do these. In optimization, if we have a problem, problem can be having so many solutions, and some of these solutions could be feasible, some of them could be non-feasible, but we're trying to optimize it if it the problem either minimization or maximization, and that's the basic way how to do the algorithms. Now, this is the structure of all the algorithms that we have, the types, the clustering of algorithms. We work with meta-heuristic, and meta-heuristic can be branched out into swarm, evolution algorithm, and other single solution based, population solution based. So we work on this area, or we work in this area. Now, optimization, two types, traditional and evolution algorithms. Traditional types, mostly deterministic, so you know what you're getting into next step. So deterministic, local search, limited diversity, problem specific. They are designed for only a specific problem. Evolution algorithms, stochastic behavior, so you don't know what's the future or next step. Heuristic, so based on some information, and it has some randomization, and it looks for global optimum. The problems that we have, we said that problems, sometimes you have a problem, say for example, in engineering, you might have a problem with 1,000 variables. How would you optimize all these variables? You don't have time, cost, resource, because you are limited. So how would you optimize? So that's one of the problems that we face in optimization. So there is also local searching and global searching, local searching, exploitation, global searching, exploration. You need to make a balance between them, or we need to make a balance between them. Level of accuracy and performance are not satisfactory in most of the optimization algorithm. There's also multi-objective purposes. So algorithms that you have too many objectives. So the main objectives is to tackle all these problems and avoid local optima, and reduce time complexity and space complexity, and make sure that your algorithm is complete and find a solution. And also it hits on, it gives you good diversity and distribution. So some of the algorithms that we design in our kitchen or lab that we contributed, ANA, FOX, CTDO, and evolutionary clustering algorithm, STAR, DSO, fitness depend optimizer, and learner performance-based behavior. So we designed these algorithms in our with our team, and we managed to produce very good results, and we compared them or evaluated them against different competitive algorithms, and we found good accuracy and performance. So the application, a periodic antenna array designed as engineering and frequency modulated synthesis. These are two applications that we use, and we got some good results. The one in black and white color, these are existing algorithm, genetic algorithm, and colony particle swarm optimization. And the one in green we designed in our lab. Now, the applications that we are going through are for engineering, welded beam design problem. This is the area of welded area. So, and you have some variables, H, L, T, as shown in the visual. You're trying to maximize where H is the thickness of the welds and length of the weld, L. So you're trying to get the best optimization for this problem. These are the equation, the mathematical background for the problem. You don't have to be very specific or domain application specific in this with the optimization. You can just use them and use the algorithm to optimize it for you. There are more applications and testing for our algorithm. There are real world application, and we did court case assignment. There are traditional testing algorithm, and there's also IEEE 2090 test functions. Some of the applications that we work with, I can show you the applications. This is the court case. Let's say, for example, we have 15 judges in the court and 15 cases, and optimize with, getting the best time. See the generation, and you see, of course, the algorithm will take more time if you have more judges and cases. So there's also our algorithm, multi-objective learning performance-based behavior, that was used for different applications. Here we have multi-objective real-world engineering applications. One of them called 4-bar truss design problem and pressure vessel design problem, speed reducer design problem, car slide impact design problem, and coil compression spring design problem. And there are some ZDTs benchmark function for our algorithm. The metrics or the criteria for performance, where accuracy and diversity, distribution and diversity for different types. This is one of the real-world application for bar truss design. Shifting the joints and magnitude of the 4-bar truss should be minimized at the same time. This is a pressure vessel design problem, and you can see variables here. And the cost of forming material welded should be minimized. And also we have the coil compression design, spring design. This coil, the spring, the shock absorber, whatever, where to use it depends. You can reduce the number of twists or minimize the volume of the steel. You see, you could have a lot of variables here. And this one is more complicated. You might have a lot of variables. These are 2 shafts, okay, gear shafts and bearing, and you have in engine, you have a lot of variables. So each of these variables will take a range, upper bound and lower bound. How would you optimize it? Manually is very difficult. So you need an optimization algorithm, because you have a lot of gaskets, a lot of rings, a lot of bolts, a lot of the diameter of the shafts, and everything is there. But you don't need to understand everything. You just have to understand the algorithm, how it works, and how you put these variables and get the best solution, best performance of or optimized engine. Car slide and pack design, again, that's also a problem. In conclusion, meta-heuristic algorithms are simple, flexible, and it gives you fast convergence rate. We have proposed new algorithms, very fast, very accurate, very dynamic, can be adaptable to various engineering, health systems. We also kept balance between the searching local and global. So searching local, say for example, I'm in this house, I'm only searching locally. Let's say there's a cat, I search for it and I check even my my cup to find a cat. So that's it. But let's say globally, so I search the whole district or the whole city for the cat. So in an algorithm, we need to do balancing between these two. We also hit on solving multi-objective optimization problems. In the future work, there are a lot of potential work, parameter tuning for the algorithms, applying these algorithms in your area, in different areas, any area. It doesn't really matter. You can use them. And it's a very hot topic. And you can always improve the algorithm by applying other randomization techniques, because these are meta-heuristics, so based on randomization. And or you hybridize them with the different algorithms. So these are some publications that we managed to publish in with good publishers and high impact factors. This is the material that that you can get some information, all the projects that we have here. And if you have any questions, you can email me. But materials are available in this links. Source code for each algorithm with the PDF file, and we can also help if you need any help. At last, I thank you very much, and I wish you all the best. And I would like to wish all participants, all students, to move forward in providing tools, advanced technologies in their area, And I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this very informative session, sir. I would like to ask if anybody has any question. Yes, Dr. Abdulaziz, you can proceed with your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Prof, for this very informative presentation. This is Dr. Aziz from UNIKL, Malaysia. Just I'd like to know how to apply like the optimization in education sector. We know that students this day use like many of the software either to learn or to do an assessment and so forth. Lot of things. So how to gather information for purpose of optimizing the student performance. So what are the technique and data set that we can use?
Thank you very much, Professor Abdulaziz. That's a very good question. Actually, I can give you 2 to 3 examples. The first one, for example, in education system, we have a problem. We have so many problems. One of the problems that we have, timetabling, scheduling. So no matter how you're acting head of department, does the timetable, still there will be some clashes. Some module leaders or tutors, they want to change it or prefer other days, or there will be some clashes in terms of classes, subjects. Some classes are big with small students, some classes are small with big students. So all you need to do, for example, to make a timetabling, you will check your variables, your decision variables. For example, you have number of students and you have number of classrooms and you have number of module leaders, tutors or teachers, and you have the subjects. So each one of these variables, you have upper bound and lower bound, the minimum and maximum number. And you give it to the algorithm. The algorithm will make a fitness function, or you create a fitness function for this algorithm so that to give you the least clashes between all these values. So it will give you a timetable. It will give you, the algorithm at the end will produce a set of timetables, but there is one with minimum clashes, the best around all. That's one example. The other example, if I don't forget it, the other example in education system, for example, which is very important. We can see, we can expect the best way how to select, students for the next for their department, for the future departments. That's also optimization problem. What type of student you will take, or how would you take them? And you have, students. It has so many variables. Students feedback, students assignments, students activities, homeworks, participations. All this will be collected. So you will make a fitness function, the evaluation for these students based on this fitness function, and you select the best. And there will be also a metacognitive between the students, so you can put them together so that the less level or the low level with the highest level, so that you can mingle them, so that they can benefit from each other. There's also planning for the conference in the school. Even the seats of the conference. Oftentimes you will have a problem. The first row of the seat will be given to the VIP or VVIP. Very senior. So then, if how would you how would you put all these seats in an organized way, in an optimized way? That's also a problem. Yeah, I don't know whether you're happy with these answers or. So
Yes.
all you need to do is you need to find out the decision variables for the problem that you have, and find each decision variable's upper bound and lower bound, and make sure that you have a fitness function to gauge, which, say, for example, another example, let's say one of the students got a problem in the school, okay? And now you call the ambulance, okay? So the ambulance might have in Jakarta so many ways or so many hospitals, okay? But which hospital is the best way or the best path so that we can take this student without having more damage to his life? So the ambulance might take a route, highway or 50, or what we call it, M50, which is outside the city, or he goes with the congestion within the city, or maybe two-sided road, or maybe one direction. But which one is good during that time, during rush hour or during the clashes? So that's also optimization. So you take those parameters, upper bound and lower bound, and you will make sure that there's a fitness function, and that fitness function will decide the best route for you, or the best path for you. I can also give you more example in the papers that we published. There are more examples that we have that we can use it in the educational system.
Thank you so much, Prof. And hopefully we can have like share discussion, inshallah.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the participants? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, it is a very great honor to have had you with us today. We're looking forward to collaborate with you in more such conferences, sir.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate Ms. Mubina, Dr. Mubina. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bye. Take care.
I request everybody to switch on your cameras to take a group photo. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, sir. We'll be having our next a session speech in another 15 minutes. I request all the participants to have a small break and come back by another 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. The next session is supposed to be a session speech by Dr. Bashiru Aremu. He has not yet joined us. So we'll be moving on to the presentations now, and the session speech will be carried on later. I hope all the participants are ready with your presentations. The session chair for this session is Dr. Ahmad Samsuddin, Associate Professor, Department of Physics Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, Barang, Indonesia. So he will be chairing the session. Welcome, sir. Yeah. So for the first presentation, I call upon Brantley Egbert to present on modify elements of some tools in Finale music program to produce a template to write numerical notations.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mubina. Could you share my presentation?
Yes, sir, I'll share your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. For this conference, I would like to share my research. It's about modifying elements of some tools in the Finale music program to produce a template to write numerical notation. Numerical notation is one of the music notation that used in Indonesia and several countries in Asia. So,
just a minute, sir. I will reshare it.
Okay, it's okay. Why I try to make this template, because many people in Indonesia and especially in Ambon, in my place, many musicians, I mean the practitioners, they use numerical notation to write their composition or their songs. So, okay, let's go to the abstract. Okay. The Finale is one of the music notation programs that is used to write music, but this program is not for numerical music notation. So this article aims to produce a template to write numerical notation with the Finale music program using an action research method. This research modifies elements of some tools in the Finale music program and gets a template to write numerical music notation easily in several steps. So next, please. When I made this research, I used the trial version of Finale 27. This is the one of the world's most powerful music notation software. And in our place, there are some students also use this for make their composition or make their songs. Next, please. And about numerical notation, this is one of the musical writing in Indonesia, as well as several countries in Asia, that maybe in the Burma and also in China. They use also the numerical notation with a specific or special characters. And a song with numerical notation was initiated by Resu, and then developed by Galen, also Paris, and the last one is the Chief. And yeah, in Indonesia, till now we have used this numerical notation also. So that I said before that Finale music software or Finale music program is not made to write numerical notation. So for the example in here, I gave the example for a Kami Bersyukur, or we have a thanks. So I use the Finale for make the template because for several years I used the Finale, and when I back from Philippines and I try to make research and also try to make some templates, and this is the new one because I use the Finale 27 trial version, and yeah, I get the new template to write numerical notation with Finale program. Next, please. So to have a template for write numerical notation, I make a modification for some function of the elements. So I have made for the staff attribute and also many tools. So next, please. And then I also make the modification for alternate notation. So with this one, we can use the rhythmic notation, and then we make also the spatial notation according to musical notation that we use in Indonesia. Then after that, I make also modification function in the tools of document options. And in document option, there is also alternate notation. Next, please. Okay. After that, I also make for the beams, documentation option of beams, and then make a modification in documentation of flex. Could you, okay, next. And also the dots, beams, flag, and then lyrics, stems, and also a modification in the chord suffix, because for we write the numerical notation, I modificate the function of the chord, and I make the numbers, and then we can type notes with chord function. Next, please. Okay, next. Next. Next, okay. More. Yeah, that one. So when we type in the chord, yeah, we can make the new suffix in the chord function. So we modificate some elements in the Finale music program for the chord suffix, and then we can use it for type numerical in this template. And then after that, so also make a modification in the chord definition. Next slide, please. Okay. So here we arrange the position of the chords, and then after that we also make a modification in slur counter. Next. And also we have make the position of the slur in the smart shape placement. And then after that, we also make a modification in expression designer. and articulation designer. And the last one, we arrange or we make a identity of the songs or composition, like title, and also who write the text, who write the music, who make the arrangement, and also we make the tempo and also expression. Next, please. So after we make modification of the sum tools that I said before, next, please. We can have the new template for write numerical notation with Finale Music Program. Use the new version of the Finale Music Program is the 27. I think maybe now is 27.3. So we can try with the trial version. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the template to write numerical notation. So after we make some modification, the function of the tools, we will have a template to write numerical notation. So about the steps, next slide, please. So the steps to write numerical music notation. So you can change the steps, the order of the steps according to who used the template. So I just suggest here we make first identity of songs or music, like a title, and then who is make the music, so who write the text, arrangement, etc. Then after that we make a rhythm. So we make its rhythm, and then after that we write the melody. We'll use the chord function, and then after we write the melody, we make its lyrics, and we put the expression, also dynamic and articulation. And if you want to give a chord for every bar or every measure, you can put it in this template. So that's my research, and for my conclusion, the modification, some tools in Finale Music Program can produce a template to write numerical notation easily. Thank you, Ms. Rubina. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. If you have any questions, you can ask him.
Okay, good afternoon, Ma'am our moderator, Ma'am Mubine. Okay, so my question is, actually the topic is very unique, no? It's very unique. My question is, what is the significance of this study? Where will it be applied? Will it be used in higher education, or will it be used for educational purposes, or in the industry, music industry?
Okay, actually this is the applied research, and also this template can use in education for teach music, and also for maybe the industry who can write the music for a publication, because in Indonesia there are many people use the numerical notation because many of people in Moluccas, they don't have opportunity to get education for the academic for study music. So they can use this template to write their music, and also it can be used in the education to teach students in the school. And if you want to use in the college, It can be because in music history, we can find also the numerical notation used for writing music.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Another question. Was this already applied for patent?
Pardon? Pardon me.
Was this already applied for patent? Intellectual
Oh,
property.
yeah. For this, the new one, I will progress this after this conference, or this the new template.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, and congratulations on presenting your paper.
Thank you, Ms. Marcin.
Thank you so much. So for the next presentation, I would like to call Romnik Cartusino to present on Las Pinas flood monitoring system with alternate route using basin network via mobile application. Okay, I think he's not present here with us right now. So moving on to the next presentation, I would like to call upon Loyo Gi to present on using Plotagon in enhancing secondary for English learners, narrative writing skill.
Hi, a very good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, all. I'm Loyo Yi. Today, I would like to share one of my innovations, which I had carried out in today's classroom with the guidance of my supervisor, Dr. Azlina Abdulaziz. Okay, first of all, let me introduce myself. Okay, I'm Loyo Yi. I was born in KL, Malaysia. Recently, I've just finished my study in National University of Malaysia. Also, I'm an English teacher in Chonghua Independent High School, KL. So this is my abstract. As technology and digital tools are so well engaged in our life, so we are not able to isolate ourselves from using digital gadgets today, especially during this pandemic period. From then, the Ministry of Education in Malaysia also emphasized that we should encourage our students to have critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaborative skill in our teaching and learning practice. However, students' interest level in writing English is so low as the multi-literacies are not well practiced in their life. They are so used to mobiles, they are so used to gadgets, but they do not know how to find information from that. Therefore, through this study, I would like to determine the effectiveness of using Plotagon, which is actually an animated video making application, to enhance the secondary students' narrative writing skill. There are 43 participants participated in this research, and thematic analysis was used to analyze the students' outcome, which is their writing scripts and also the video presentation. So I found that the students' narrative writing skill is much more better compared to what they have learned in their previous years. And another way is the students' vocabulary had increased, obviously, because they have peer learning session together, and they use the words and they motivate their friends to learn English as well. And for information, in Malaysia, we are actually learning English as second language. So they have their own mother tongue as well. They are so well practiced and by using their mother tongue, but when it comes to English, it might be a big challenge for them to write and to speak. Okay, so I would like to discuss that how this study is being conducted. It is actually a qualitative research whereby observation is taken, where the teachers will observe their work and also help them, assist them, and guide them to do the project together in the classroom. There were 43 secondary 4 students in the classroom, and the proficiency level is according to the CEFR, which is the Common European Framework of Reference. So you can see that it is actually B1 level, lower intermediate to high intermediate, C1 level. There are approximately 2 students who are in a very good high intermediate level. So these 43 students with mixed writing ability, they will be divided into groups, and teachers have given them 5 themes which is related to their English textbook as their story theme. So they will be given 4 weeks to complete this writing task, to come up with a script. At the same time, teacher will guide them and modify and discuss with them how they could amend their storyline and make it more interesting. And they will be given 2 weeks to make up the video by using Plotagon, which is a tool, and a virtual gallery work to present their work, which is the video in the classroom, will be taken place then. Okay, and through which way I analyze their work, which is from the thematic analysis, as I have mentioned just now, CEFR, Common European Framework of Reference. So I refer that as my skill, my assessment skill, to look at their content, their cognitive achievement, their organization, and language part. And from the video presentation, I can actually determine their English proficiency, how they pronounce the word, how they engage or add the expressions when they construct the sentences. I will show you some of the slides later. So let's move to this part, which I have categorized their work according to these 4 elements. So from the content part, we can see that the students can write out a better sentence, and the knowledge, the information is actually out from the textbook, where the students have mentioned they actually look through online to get some of the informations. So for the first sentence, they mentioned the trunks are almost 2 meters in diameter. So this is not actually emphasized in the textbook under deforestation topic, but they can make out the sentence by referring to the research and also some of the newspapers to get the information. And another group which is looking at cyberbullying, that group mentioned that she was diagnosed with paranoia, where paranoia, this disease, is not being mentioned as well. Next, move to the communicative achievement. From this part, it is actually to strengthen the students on how to make out the sentences which really achieve or which can answer the question when they are having the examination. So most of the students in the group, okay, they are formed up in some groups. So most of the students in groups, they are able to use the sentences like if you continue with your action, many families will lose their homes. This is actually to discuss about environmental problems. And the next sentence, if our action causes a rupture in the space-time continuum, we have to put our hands together, return back here. So this is to talk about technology. So they are able to use advanced grammar when it comes to the writing with definitely their peers' assistance. Next, move to organization. In this section, under CFR, according to CFR, actually we are highlighting how the students can link, whether the students can link the text together to show coherence. And surprisingly, they were able to do that by using the phrase-text pyramid, where we have exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. So we can see that with peers, the students are able to work well and also to join their ideas better. Last part is language. In this part, in their level of study, they should able to use less common vocabulary, precisely the B2 and C1 level English words, if we refer back to the Cambridge Dictionary. And there are some examples here. I've highlighted it. The word lifted away atrocity, the heart of the forest, which means the center of the forest, but they use a better word to describe their story. Lastly, move to the conclusion part. Taking into consideration that the pedagogy in Malaysia has shifted from bilingual literacy to multimodal literacy practice in language class, the urge to stimulate the students in drafting their ideas is very important to develop students' writing ability. Hence, this case study with the aim to determine the effectiveness of Plotagon in enhancing students' narrative writing skill was conducted among 43 B1 level English learners. The findings shown that digital storytelling is an effective approach, is a very good tool to enhance the students' narrative writing skill. And despite numerous studies have shown the effectiveness of using technology in improving English writing, it is hoped that the teachers, school management, and policymakers who are involved in this industry will practice using technological tools in assisting our English lesson, but not only this exam-based learning. Okay, here are some of the appendix which I can show you from my students. So they're able to construct the sentences by adding on the expression, which is available by using the tools, which is Plotagon. Right, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you so much, Mom. If you have any questions, you can just put it away.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Du. My question is, are there any other digital storytelling app that you can use, or is this just focused on using the Plotagon?
Yeah, we do have actually Plotagon and Storybird. These two are really common, and by using these two tools, they can make out the videos. And for your information, Plotagon is actually free application where the students and teachers, they are able to use that to make out a story or introduce a chapter to the students. And if you would like to have better tools, you can try to subscribe and pay for the advanced version.
Okay, congratulations on presenting your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. For the next presentation, I would like to welcome Zahurin Abdul Qadir to present on a conceptual review on leadership in government institutions.
Hello, good day, everyone. Okay, today I'm going to present, the title of my presentation is a conceptual review on leadership in the government institution. Okay, let me play the slide first. All right. Okay, so my name is Zaurin Binti Abdul Qadir, and I am an English teacher currently teaching in one of the fully residential schools in Malaysia. I am doing my part-time PhD in University Tungsin on Malaysia, and this is my supervisor, Dr. Karinisa Issa, and also Dr. Zulida Abdul Qadir. So let's go to the abstract. An apt leadership style should be able to bring the best out of its organization, be it in public or private sectors. The ability of a leader to maneuver and achieve certain goals depends on the understanding of how effective leadership works. This paper discusses the different types and theories of leadership model and also CIP leadership model. With different theories and leadership styles, this paper aims to propose a conceptual framework of the effect of leadership styles on government servants, specifically instructors at government institutions. It is also imperative to discuss the organizational culture that moderates the clients at the institution. Based on the discussion of related concepts and frameworks, the conceptual framework of the leadership in government institution is proposed. Leadership is very important in many aspects and many fields. In business and corporate organizations, leadership is used to evaluate and improve effectiveness. In politics, it is used to analyze and critique performance of selected leaders. In education field, leadership is used to study the impact of school leaders and administrators on student achievement and school culture. Leadership generally is the ability of a leader to ensure the followers to understand and follow what is planned individually and collectively. In Malaysia, the government is the largest employer and the public servants are the major contributor to the nation's economy. 1 out of 1.6 million public servants are from the safety, education, and healthcare services, whereby 600,000 of them are education instructors in public education institutions, namely schools. Okay, for this paper, the problem statement is that in 2018, Malaysia participated in the PISA International Assessment. The results showed that the achievement of Malaysian students was lower than the average marks by OECD. Now, why is this important? Is because PISA examination uh, is PISA examination when the students set for the examination and the low performing students lack in basic skills, it means that these students cannot sustain the economic growth of the country in the future. So it is a compromise to national economies. So there is a need to find lasting solutions to this negative trend of poor academic performance. In the national level, the national examination, which is called Sidang Pelajaran Malaysia (SPM), for 5 different consecutive years, showed that the achievement of different states and different state federal constitutions are different. So there must be a reason behind this. Whereby the Ministry of Education received the highest allocation for 5 consecutive years, and in every nation, school students is the country's asset. So education is a major contributor to the development of our social and economic capital. So all in all, for the growth of the country, education is important, and with it comes the country's prosperities. In Malaysia, there are only 2 studies done regarding teacher leadership. So the research objective of this paper is actually to propose a conceptual framework on leadership in organization institution. Now, teacher leadership is important and it is placed in a considerable attention since 1980s. The principals and other administrators are considered as former leaders. Teachers are the primary catalyst for educational change. Students' academic achievement opens up to future opportunities, career development, and economic success. Thus, it is paramount to understand what is teacher leadership. According to Bowles and Freund, it is a collective form of leadership adopted by many people where teachers collaborate to build their competence. Charles Bowen, Moeller, and Scrivener reiterate the notion by when instructors contribute to school development, influence student learning, encourage excellence in practice, these are called teacher leadership. Katzenmeyer and Moeller continue the notion with interrelated domains of commitment and knowledge, including commitments of moral purpose and continuous learning and knowledge of teaching and learning, educational context, collegiality, and the change process. We have come to the theory and model of leadership in general. Leadership starts with great man's theory. It is a starting point for leadership developed by historian Thomas Charles in the 19th century. Selected individuals are destined to become leaders. Good leaders have specific natural attributes where they were born with a set of skills. Next is the trait theory. It was developed in the 20th century. Specific personality traits are more prevalent among leaders than non-leaders, and the prominent qualities of successful and unsuccessful leaders are contrasted with those of future leaders to determine whether the leaders are trait-based. Next is the behavioral theory, which is also known as style theory. Leaders execute and act rather than on their characteristics or traits. If a person behaves accordingly, they have a fair responsibility of becoming a leader in certain settings. These traits can be copied by others. Leaders are not born successful. They learn this behavior by viewing how other leaders act. Transformational theory is where the theory that emphasizes the importance of leaders in encouraging and role modeling followers to make changes. These leaders give attention to employee, and this makes the employee feel valued and be more creative. And lastly, the past goal theory, where this theory explains how leaders can motivate their followers by clarifying and reinforcing goals. They can also change work environment and provide support and guidance, as well as clarify outcomes. The model of leadership used in this paper is CIP model, which stands for Charismatic, Ideological, and Pragmatic Leadership by Mumford 2006. This model derives from transformational theory. Charismatic leaders are the leaders who tie their future-focused vision with flexible changes, whereby ideological leaders use vision-based approach and they take emotion to bind people together. Pragmatic leaders always goes for problem-solving approach. Charismatic leaders emphasize the future goals and aspirations they would like the organization to follow, while ideological leaders orient attention towards past injustices or problems that need to be overcome. Pragmatic leaders, on the other hand, focus on ongoing issues that need to be solved rather than future goals or past injustices. Charismatic leaders depict a positive sequence of experiences they would like the followers to pursue, while ideological leaders resort to negative events in the past that need to be addressed. Pragmatic leaders refer to both negative issues and positive opportunities. According to CIP model of leadership, during crisis, one of the three approaches can be adopted to demonstrate outstanding leadership. The utility of each leadership style depends on the context. The leaders are capable of achieving highly successful and equally effective performance based on their favor. The strengths of CIP model are, first, there are multiple pathways. That means it doesn't only focus on singular leadership pathway, and also it considers the situational factors where certain types of leaders are more likely to emerge in specific situations. Organizational culture is another important element as moderator. Culture is something that is passed down through social and generational channels that encompasses tradition, religion, behavioral, and value-based. It is shaped by leader styles and can be in the forms of cooperation, education, and growth, and support from upper management. School culture refers to the culture of a school, which is typically shaped by its mission, values, and mission. According to Aldrich and Alal, school culture consists of teacher support, peer connectedness, school connectedness, affirming diversity, rule clarity, and reporting and seeking. This paper will use the elements proposed by Aldrich and Alal. Teacher support means where teachers at the school are supportive and helpful among the students. Peer connectedness refers to a contact and friendship between students from diverse cultures and different backgrounds. School connectedness refers to students at the school believe that they are part of a community. Affirming diversity refers to students with differing cultural backgrounds and experiences where they are acknowledged and valued. Rule clarity is where the school rules are clear to the students and the rules promote a safe environment. The last construct is reporting and seeking. The school promotes a condition where students are aware of procedures and are confident that they can report incidents. So based on the theories and the framework is now, this is the proposed conceptual framework of leadership. Independent variable is measured through three types of leadership, which are charismatic leader, ideological leader, pragmatic leader. Moderator variable will be from six constructs: instructional support, peer connectedness, organizational connectedness, affirming diversity, rule clarity, reporting and seeking help, and the dependent variable would be students' achievement, the exams that they take when they are in Form 4. As the conclusion, teacher leadership can be one of the factors that affect students' achievement, and a stable organizational culture can be a motivating factor. With that, I thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am Sandra. No. Ma'am Zahuren. Ma'am Zahuren.
Yes.
Am I right? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. Again, good afternoon and congratulations on presenting the study. So your title is all about the conceptual review on leadership in government institutions. So when you say government institution, you're talking about the Ministry of Education, and you are talking here about the teacher leadership.
Yes. I'm talking about the organization here refers to the public schools.
Teacher leadership.
Yeah, teacher leadership.
Okay. It's not about the leadership when it comes to the Ministry of Education. It's all about the teacher.
Yes, no, not the ministers. Because these teachers are under Ministry of Education.
Wait, ma'am. Wait, ma'am. Okay. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Oh yeah. Can you
Okay.
please? Yeah.
So again, this is all about the teacher, no?
Yes. Yes, right. The teachers.
Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am, and congratulations again.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much for the presentation, ma'am. For the next presentation, okay, we do not have the next presenter. She'll be joining us. So I am moving on to the presentation by Jayaprakash Panada to present on critical success factor for project managers to manage stakeholder engagement and their prospect. Okay, we do not have him. Oh, he's there. Okay. Yes, sir, you can carry on.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. I hope you all can hear me. Just 1 minute. Okay, Ina, you can share my screen, my slides, so I can start with.
Sir, I'll share your slides.
You can share from
Okay,
if you have, or I can from my side.
I'll share, sir. I'll share.
Thank you. Okay. Maybe the second slide you can move to. You can move my to the second slide so I can.
This one, sir, or the abstract page?
This slide number 2. Starting from the first, the first page. If there is a difficulty, I can share from my end to move around.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. You can share, sir. I'll just stop the sharing.
Okay, thank you. Let me share my screen then. Movina, it seems like I have some issue sharing from my end.
Okay,
Seems like
sir.
my microphone gets disabled when I share. So it's better I use
Yes,
your,
sir.
sorry.
Yes, sir. I'll do that.
Side. Okay, yeah, maybe you can go to the next slide.
This one, sir?
This one, sir? Yeah, just next slide. Slide number 2. So I can start. Unfortunately, it's not moving to the next slide. If you can move the slide to the next slide from your side. I am unable to control your screen.
So right now the slide is on description page.
Okay, because I cannot see on my screen. I don't know which slide you are in now. I can see only its guidelines as my first.
Okay, so just a minute, just a minute, sir.
Okay. Okay. I think you're in the correct slide now. So yeah, my project. Okay. Yeah. So my research work was based on the project managers and how they manage stakeholders for IT projects, and this was done by myself and with the supporting of Dr. Basila from UniKL and also from Dr. Farah. They both helped us through this. So I currently work in an IT company and it's called Osram, AMS Osram Penang in Malaysia, based in Malaysia. So throughout my journey of this research, I have also use this opportunity to use the experience that project managers faced. So, which is my current role as well. And I have like accomplished 11 years of experience in software development and project management, and also analysis of any data that was used for that project itself. So I have also worked in various companies, MNCs, HCL, IBM in the past, and also worked for NHS England. So additionally, this has played a very good importance for this background, for this research, and what project managers are facing on a daily life. And then that's how I came up with this research work. And yeah, maybe you can move to the next slide. Okay, so the abstract is like the stakeholders are the most influenced individual or a group or organization which has a direct impact on project outcome. And it is clearly understood that like to manage this, project managers are being assigned to ensure these relationships are being taken care. So they meet the values of stakeholders and manage the value of distribution, or the customer requirement, or the customer end goal is met. So the word prospect means here is itself a vision. So stakeholders' vision is has a direct impact to the project's outcome as well. So with that, keeping in the mind, the stakeholder communication is considered as a top priority, and the way of how we do the effective decision making to make that one call on during the software development lifecycle. And also I have conducted this along with the some top project managers within Malaysia, and to participate in this study. And I used the approach of thematic analysis, which is part of qualitative, and to determine the critical success factors in this project for research. And also the effective communication strategy with new risks assessment that was emerged during this study for benefits of decision making. It helped me enable to design a model which was indeed helpful for the project managers as well, those who I interviewed during this research work. You may move to the next slide. So yeah, you can maybe press like further more buttons. Yeah, so in current era, we all know that IT organizations have been under significant impact and pressure to develop new and innovative business models, and also processes to manage and compete the global market, and which is quite essential when stakeholders have their own vision or organization itself. They actually are very important for any IT project managers, who are actually taking the requirements and also like how they are processing it. So stakeholders are the persons or the group who actually claims their ownerships or the rights or interests in the project activities throughout the project lifecycle. And this paper is like mainly to ensure these whatever issues that we have such as like during communications. So any issues of ineffective communication or poor project management outcomes could actually result in business and business cost and also the project failures itself. So by investigating the further, I worked on the critical success factors that would support for the project lifecycle and also project managers itself. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next slide is actually like the whole idea of this research team was to ensure we actually have some effective methods and methodologies to manage stakeholders management in IT projects. And I have, after reviewing a couple of theories and articles, every article has also one of the key, according to Roberts, what I have mentioned here, a key article. For long-term IT projects, it is really crucial to ensure we have also strategic thinking approach, but also we need to make sure developing necessary skills are in place, so that these are helpful during the project delivery. So that's why it is also important, like for them for a project manager to make sure they employ like the lively and engagement activities that is accessible through, like, getting all the information sharing that has been done throughout these practices during the stakeholder engagement sessions to achieve the goals of every individual stakeholder that are part of the project team. So project managers usually rely on the communication factors. So basically they combine meetings, emails, and virtual team calls, and quick questioning also sometimes, like offline, to gather their information. But this would definitely definitely also help them on planning and also the approaching of completion of those tasks, and also overcoming some obstacles, which is very critical for aspect of the process management to understand upfront. And this study has also proposed me to assist to create a model that will help IT project managers effectively to manage their stakeholders, even though they're working with a higher pressure environment with less knowledge of tools handling, because nowadays there are so many tools, so many cloud-based tools are coming up, and project managers get also sometimes need some additional support or training required for them to understand those tools and how to manage them. So with this approach of study, I managed to find some basic traditional methods that can help them out. Next slide, please. So so as I shared in the earlier slide, the stakeholder engagement is quite important, and yeah, it is really important to understand why we need to understand the importance of the stakeholder management, because we need to make sure the communication is happening during those sessions, risk management is handled, and also the engagements are quite frequent enough to avoid any lack of transparency of any information or the planning process that usually IT project managers needs to understand from the process engineer, or could be from a manufacturing team or from any other team. They have to have a transparent knowledge sharing. So this will help IT project managers to make the decision making effectively within a time frame allotted as well, and also make the decisions on time. You can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, thanks. So the research methodology that I have followed here is to ensure how we manage the IT project failures, and how complex projects can be managed effectively by adding more relevant information during the project software development lifecycle. And for that, I need to go through like intense literature review, which is there, which was there in my paper already. And the research objective was to make sure to support IT project managers, how they manage their stakeholders. So I have a couple of research questions also in my appendix, and did some data collections, which was one-on-one interview with all the key stakeholders who actually play as a key stakeholder on a daily basis, such as directors, project managers, or who actually involved in this any new IT project that's been assigned. So how it was been engaged and their real-time experiences has been captured, and also use those to develop a research team with those communication factors that are required through the interviews. So that I have captured with this, and based on that, a model development was done and also thesis writing. Next slide, please. So based on that findings was understood that to have stakeholder prospect management, which is the key theme for this research, we need to have all this in place. So organization culture, communication, management, and all this communication has to be happening through information sharing, and whatever information sharing has been done, and it has to be retrieved on a correct medium, and it has to be also ensure that it has a quality of the information that will ensure the project success. But also we need one more factor that is called lesson learned. So we need to actually ensure those knowledge sharing that was done or information sharing that was done, it can be taken as a lessons learned for upcoming new projects, and or the how IT project managers can manage effectively. So based on the literature review study, I understood that these four themes are emerged, and which is how to manage the stakeholder culture, how to manage the stakeholder management framework, communication, as well as the lessons learned. Next slide, please. You can press again for the next slide. So, so as I mentioned earlier, I did a couple of interviews to ensure the data collection was done and analysis was done effectively, to ensure the data saturation was also met as per the thematic analysis. And participants were from Malaysia, and they were actually from IT professionals. Some of them were directors, project managers, and also project coordinators, and also some of them were global project managers. So once the data was collected with the thematic approach, it was collected, and all those highlighted ones are being compiled in using a cloud-based Microsoft software to collect all the data in a raw format, which you can see on the second screenshot. And that's how the data collection was done initially, based on all those virtual meetings that was done in MS Teams, and it was recorded. And then further to that, the data collection and analysis and transcriptions of those raw data, and coding and organizing them to ensure we have the enough information for data analysis and also create a model. Next slide, please. So the significance of this study is it's definitely supporting IT project managers to ensure to laser focus on their topics, no matter what background they are from, whether they are technical or non-technical, or they were new. They can use this approach very simply, and also use this approach of information sharing, information retrieving, and also quality of information that's been done within the stakeholder meetings are enabling them to have effective decision-making strategies. So during this research, I used some Excel formulas and pivot tables and macros to develop this model. But later in future, as we already know that AI has already kicked in, so we need to actually train the AI models in such a way so these can be a future supporting for these project complex information that needs to be collaboratively discussed during the stakeholder meetings. So we actually meet the critical project execution and also discuss the risks which are coming ahead. Next slide, please. Next slide, you can move. You may click it again for the next slide. So overall conclusion, the practices has a strong linkage between the project management and also a dedicated Excel file that was required on a cloud base. A common sharing platform was given with a dashboard review, and every stakeholder, whoever has been participating, they can actually collaboratively put their own risk management factors upfront of these meetings, and then these can be reviewed during the decision-making methods, and an ethical decision-making is also been included in this Excel file that actually helps project managers to use this model effectively, and which was also later shared for some of the IT project managers, and they actually still using for their projects as of now. Next slide, please. I have some appendixes that actually show what exactly the approach of this research was, and also how I managed to build the model. Can you please click the next slide, Mubina? Yeah, so these are the questions that were asked during the interview. Some critical questions that were actually asked by these IT heads. They actually managed to give those answers accordingly. Next slide, which will be, you can, in the next slide, we can actually see those answers. Mubina, could you please help for the next slide? Yeah, so in this in this screen you can see like the interviews were conducted and the answers were given by those one of the IT director in Penang, and he was his comments based on every single question that was asked, how the project was been managed, and what are the critical factors that needs to be factored. So based on that, there were some emerging themes which I have highlighted in blue. You can see another screenshot which was actually used by a tool called Atlas TI. It's a cloud-based tool which actually takes all this interview data and convert them into convert all the text format into generated themes that I have carried out, and based on that, all the blue ones are new emerging themes. Next slide, moving on. Yeah, so these are the raw data, and also there was based on some previous studies that I have captured. These are some of those key variables that was identified, and how we prioritize those variables according to those stakeholder communication or expectations. Next slide, please. So based on the previous slide, I have formulated which are the new themes or existing themes. So blue ones are considered to be the new themes, and this is how data was organized in the cloud-based MS lists. Next slide, please. Mubina, can you please move to the next slide? Yeah, so this was like further validation of this data analysis. So what are the different types of themes that were generated? Next slide, please. And this is furthermore enhanced version of overall interviews that was conducted, and it was I used Power BI to perform all the lists, all the data that was captured in Microsoft List. Next slide, please. This is furthermore enhanced information that was captured from every single interviews and all the stakeholders. What are their rating and ranking for every single emerging theme? So all the blue ones are the new ones through the interviews. Next slide, please. So this was the dashboard that was based on the cloud, and by adding additional formulas, project managers can actually enhance these dashboards according to their needs, and it just requires a very simple basic learning. so they don't have to work on a very complex IT tools or just stick to the basic Excel files. And overall model, if you see, this is how it works. So basically, you have the information sharing by the project stakeholders. Then you have the information retrieval by the SharePoint Excel, which is on cloud-based. Also, during the information sharing, there's another factor added called risk register. So they actually capture the risk register there. And once this all been updated in that Excel file, it actually generates a dashboard. And during the stakeholder management sessions or the risk management discussions, a collaborative decision is made for a stakeholder's prospect. I think that should be the last slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Sir Jayaprakash. Okay, congratulations on presenting your study. So my question is, for your methodology, you interviewed project managers, IT project managers. Am I right? Okay. So in your title, it's critical success factor for project managers only. So you did not specifically mention that it's for IT project managers. And then another one is did you not consider also interviewing or observing the stakeholders, since this is for the stakeholders, no? You did not consider interviewing or observing the stakeholders to evaluate the identified factors of the identified factors, that from the data that you have gathered from the managers, from the project managers.
Yeah, so I have actually included like a couple of stakeholders, key stakeholders that were usually used for, who actually come in for the decision makings when during the project meetings. So our key project meetings will be like mostly business owners, and then we will have product owners and also the Scrum Masters. So basically, whenever we include business owners, they could be like IT managers, IT directors, and also various vectors. So for my research work or interviews, I have included actually managers who are actually project managers who are also working in a manufacturing field, because they also have some IT requirements, and they actually come to the IT project managers with their requirements. So in general, it is actually coming back to IT project manager, but also the project managers from various departments, they also have requirements for any changes. So to help them out, to have a common platform, this model was developed.
Okay, thank you, sir, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much for your help. And sorry for initial technical troubles.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, so for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Dr. M. Sandra Carmel Sofia to present on tech-mediated teaching learning. Okay. She has not joined yet. We will be moving on to the presentation by Martina on the topic Inclusive Assistive Technology Learning Approaches for Enhanced Learning Among Students with Hearing Loss. Research implication.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I believe everyone is hearing me.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay. Standing on the existing protocol, inclusive assistive technology, learning approaches for enhanced learning among students with hearing loss. Research implication. Next slide.
Ma'am, we cannot view your screen. Can I share your presentation, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, I will share the presentation.
Or should I share?
You can share. If you have, you can share, ma'am.
The audio is not coming up. Are you hearing me?
Okay, ma'am, I will share your presentation.
Okay. Okay, the next slide, you move to the introduction. Assistive technology, to the introduction. To the introduction, yes. Assistive technology has been defined by different educators and professionals around the world. Assistive technology is a device used to enhance learning for persons with disability in disability community all over the world. Now, for persons with hearing loss, assistive technology help them to understand better in terms of learning approaches and learning modalities. Disability generally, those with hearing impairment need aid if there's no sign language interpreter to interpret for them during lectures or when a seminar conferences is going on. With the use of assistive technology, it helps them to understand what the speaker is saying. Assistive technology is used to describe a variety of devices and that brings persons with disability included in a full range of experience and can function more independently, thus improving the quality of life. Over the year, the next slide, please. Next slide. Over the year, it has been observed that there is a large gap or gulf in academic achievement of persons with hearing loss in the university or within the study area. This has made the researcher, not only the researcher, but the individual themselves, to look into this assistive technology, what the problem of this poor performance caused by persons with hearing loss. Could it be the interpretation is not well done, or could it be that they need more assistive technology or enhance and improve technology that will help them to understand more in their studies and also in their schoolwork? Above this problem prompted the researcher to study the assessment of assistive technology in motivating academic achievement among students with hearing impairments in the University of Calabar, Cross River State, Nigeria. The next slide. The research posed three research hypotheses to guide the work. The level of assistive technology used by the student with hearing impairment is significantly low. There is no significant relationship between assistive technology in motivating academic achievement with students with hearing impairment. There is no significant relationship between the use of cochlear implants in motivating academic achievement of students with hearing impairment in the study area. The next slide, please. Now we move into the graphs. From this research hypothesis, research question was made, which was the instrument given to the students. The next slide, please. Next slide. Which was given to the students. And some of these questions that was asked. The first question says, student with hearing impairment without assistive technology, use of assistive technology devices, develop poor vocabulary in school. And it was agreed by both student with hearing impairment with assistive technology and student with hearing impairment without assistive technology. The next question also said, is difficult to moderate, to understand techniques in the classroom or teaching in the classroom without assistive technology. And it was also agreed. The next one also, student without assistive technology find it difficult to express themselves in classroom. It was all agreed by the students. And the number 4 question also says, student without assistive technology devices does not perform well academically in school. It was all agreed. But when it comes to question 5 and 6, you can see it in the graph. Question 5 and 7, the students disagree. Question 5, students without assistive technology devices have poor writing, reading, and learning devices. It was disagreed by the students without and with assistive technology. Now we move to question 6. Question 6, students without assistive technology devices do not participate and engage well with the hearing counterpart in school activities. It was all agreed. But question 7, it was disagreed. Students without assistive technology devices develop poor self-confidence and low level of independence in school. It was disagreed. So from this draft, you see that 2 questions was disagreed by the student, while the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, it was agreed. Then 5 and 7 was disagreed by the student. The next slide, from the finding, the type of assistive technology used by the students are significantly low. There is no significant relationship between assistive technology and the academic in motivating the academic achievement of students with hearing impairment in the University of Calabar. There's no significant relationship between the use of a cochlear implant in motivating academic achievement of students with hearing impairment in the University of Calabar. Challenges faced with hearing impaired, challenges facing students with hearing impairment without using assistive technology include poor vocabulary in school, difficulties in understanding teachings in the classroom, the difficulties of students with hearing impairment to express themselves in classroom, poor academic performance, the poor participation and engagement with their hearing counterpart in school activities. The next line, please. From this finding, we have come to summarize that it can be concluded that assistive technology such as Bluetooth, cochlear implant, and hearing aid can be used to motivate academic achievement of students with hearing impairment in the Department of Special Education, University of Calabar. Recommendations were made, and from our recommendations, we recommended that government, NGO, parent, media community, where these persons with hearing impairment found themselves, rehabilitation centers and the school should partner with a key stakeholder in education and make available assistive technology devices for students in higher institutions. Also, not just higher institutions, primary, secondary, for students with hearing impairment in all level of educations. That will help them to enhance their learning. And recommendation 2, we also say that students should be trained on the utilizations of adaptive technology devices to improve the teachings and learning of students with hearing impairment. Thank you for being part of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Martina. Okay. So you only used 3 types of assistive technology in your study?
Yes, those are the common ones that they can find within our environment.
Okay, okay. So did you compare the effectiveness of these three assistive technology tools or tools or equipment?
Okay, to compare the 3 assistive technology, I rather compare the students with assistive technology and students without assistive technology. And we come to discover that with the use of assistive technology, it helps them to enhance their learning.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much for that, and congratulations on presenting your paper.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would now like to call upon Dr. M. Sandra Caramel Sofia to present on tech-mediated teaching learning. Okay, so the next presentation is by Delight Moji to present on data management in research practices in higher educational institutions, issues in the research sphere.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes. Just a minute, ma'am, just a minute.
It's okay. Good
Can
day,
you hear
everybody.
me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. I'm having a little irregular network over here. I'm trying to tidy up to see how I can get back to my network. Can I share my screen? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Share my screen, okay.
Dr. Sandra, you can do the presentation after this, ma'am.
Okay, I'm trying to share my screen. Or you can share my screen. You can share my screen.
We can see your screen, ma'am.
Okay.
So please put it in the presentation mode, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I am Dr. Delight Omojidika.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can I go on?
Can I begin?
Ma'am, other person is presenting, ma'am. You can do the presentation after this.
Okay, fine. I can do the presentation after this.
Ma'am, no, Dr. Delight, you can continue with the presentation.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I want to present my research titled Data Management in Research Practices in Higher Education Institutions, Issues in Research Sphere. And it's a privilege given to me and my co-researchers who are all present here. I want to thank the coordinator of this hybrid conference, particularly Dr. Mubina. Thank you so much for the opportunity given to me. Okay, let me start with open my screen this time. Okay, let me start with my abstract. In the research sphere, data management as an aspect of research management has assumed tremendous significance, particularly with an expansion in the educational research enterprise. Data management, we know, and often represented with the acronym RODM, describes the management and organization, storage, preservation, and sharing of data collected and used in a research undertaking. And that includes editing the data before being imputed, data imputing itself, that is to say, imputing data from hard copy to soft copy, editing of data to be sure of consistency and credibility of the data. And of course, we know the need for this. Virtually every decision taken makes use of data. And there is need to have an authentic data, to have a data that is, what's basing decision and policy on. So this study focused on data management in research practices in higher educational institutions, issues in the research sphere. 3 research questions and 3 hypotheses were formulated to guide the study. And the design adopted was ex post facto with an accessible population of 790 data analysts, students, postgraduate students in the selected higher educational institutions in Nigeria. The study adopted the multi-stage sampling technique with a sample size of 50% of the population. The instrument used for data collection was a researchers' validated instrument titled Data Collection Scale for Researchers. And the validation was through inter-rater reliability method by the experts in the field of education, measurement and evaluation, and the coefficient of the internal consistency ranged from 0.74 to 0.79. The data were analyzed using mostly descriptive statistics. I used, the team used mean, standard deviation, and the bar charts. The inferential statistics was also employed. One sample mean, otherwise called the population sample, was used in the analysis of the 3 hypotheses at 0.5 level of significance each. The results showed that the level of data management among students in terms of data collection, data analysis, and data interpretation practices are significantly low. Now we know I have placed some segments of research data management, not as different from the document, the Word documents, but they are simply here to illustrate the aspects of data management that need to be addressed, of which if they are not addressed, they can cause problems for us. Now we know higher educational institutions are serious about quality research outputs. And this underscores the need for effective research data management. Every higher education institution is serious with this because it is from here that quality decisions can be made, quality outcome can be made. Therefore, data management in higher institutions in Nigeria, particularly in Cross River State, where my university is located, has raised dust among research and data scientists as to the validity and reliability of data. And given the fact that generalizing research finding based on false claims can be detrimental to the overall success of research undertaking in higher educational institutions, Nigeria, and in other climes. As such, researchers have raised concerns about the following proven cases of misconduct. Researchers do not follow the normal ethical standard. Appropriate authorization is often lacking before the collection of data commences by most institutions. No proper handling, retention, storage, editing, like I have earlier mentioned, no proper handling of these activities. The problem of data distrust, inconsistencies, and complexities in available data abound. All these are common problems among most research scholars. This may be due to lack of guidelines on good practice, inadequate human resources, technological obsolescence, and lack of evidence in data management. Purpose of study. This study aimed to assess the management of data among students in terms of data collection, in terms of data analysis, and in terms of data interpretation in research practices in higher educational institutions. And based on these purposes, research questions were formulated, which are highlighted on the screen. The methodology. I had earlier spoken at the abstract level that the design was a spot factor population given and the sample. The instrument had been spoken that it was a researcher's generated instrument and validated. And the technique for data analysis had been given as both inferential and descriptive, mostly descriptive, using mean, standard deviation, and simple bar charts. Now, results. These results on the screen, the level of data management among students in terms of data collection, research practices is found significantly low. In terms of data analysis in research practices is low. In terms of data interpretation is also low. And looking at the charts, we can really see two dimensions or two categories. We have the category that explains the gender, and have the category that explains the age. In terms of gender, the male, analyst student dominated their female counterparts. In terms of age, they responded that were above 26 years dominated, implying mostly to the researchers that this age below 26 are not yet matured enough, experienced enough, matured enough to see the significance of practicing, data, using data that are properly managed. Most of them may have been, in a bid to publish and perish, gone into hurry and using compromising data in order to get there. Okay. Now, conclusion. The findings of the study further revealed that most data analyzed were cooked. They were not authentic data. They were compromised data. And this was not with respect to the output because the results were quite outstanding. But underneath the outstanding results were data that were compromised. Also, most data were analyzed by people who did not have requisite knowledge, professional knowledge, or skill in research practices. Conclusively, the study proposed the need for data management centers to be instituted, to be established in all institutions of higher learning, because institutions of higher learning, they are the center of excellence in research. They need this. And they need to also checkmate compromised data by inventing more tools, apart from plagiarism check, apart from the GPS, apart from, reevaluating, the process of data management. There is need to do more to have authentic data that can inform policy decisions. The study therefore recommended the need for compulsory participation in workshops, seminars, and conferences by all stakeholders, including lecturers, students, and other education researchers in the academic environment, to produce a worthwhile, credible output that will inform policy decisions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you.
In case there are questions, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Delight. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations on presenting your study. So the research locale of this study is only in Nigeria. The different higher educational institutions in Nigeria. Am I
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was based in Nigeria, but we drew a lot of experience from what is going on, around the globe to be able to, compare with what goes on in Nigeria.
Okay, ma'am. And then so your study is all about data management in research practices. And you have mentioned that some or you in your findings that the data presented by the students are fake or booked. Sorry for that. It's very noisy here. Okay. Am I right?
Sorry, I couldn't get it, please. It said
Okay,
students. Yeah, I've used students analysts. Yeah, this upcoming group of researchers, we have had issues concerning, students going into different forms, using different, approaches, strategies to come up with data. So that was what prompted me to use the student. And if you look at the findings, this same age, 26 below, are the ones that compromise most from the study.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And as per your recommendation, you are recommending that they should attend different seminars, trainings about data management.
Yes.
Okay. Why not, ma'am, include putting up a research ethics committee, not to check on the truthfulness of the data that was submitted to you or that was submitted by the students?
Okay, that's good. That could be one of the many tools we can use to track data that are actually being compromised. Actually, I have some of them here. I have open data kits. I have generation evaluation of follow-up, re-evaluation of the research data management system, what we call open access. I have, like most common here in Nigeria, we have the plagiarism checkers.
Yeah.
They turn it in, particularly using University of Calabar. Is able to detect most of them, but there are certain things they turn it in still cannot get us. They turn it in is still limited. So I have taken this extra tool you have given me, data ethics. Data ethics. Yeah.
Research ethics committee.
Okay.
To check.
Research ethics. Thank you very much, coordinator. Thank you. Yeah.
And again, thank you.
That is to say, their data can be submitted to the research ethics.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you also, and congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
I've
Thank you so much.
enjoyed this conference. Thank you. Can I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. For the next presentation, I call upon Dr. Sandra Caramel Sofia to present on tech-mediated teaching learning.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected chair, my delegates, and my dear friends. I'm unable to share my screen, okay? But I'll be able to manage, I suppose. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Can you? Yeah, but I don't know. I'm unable to somehow.
You can share me your presentation. I will share it for you, ma'am. Will that do?
Fine. Yeah, fine. Yeah, please, 1 minute. Yeah, please, 1 minute.
Yes,
minute, okay?
So yeah.
Please kindly wait. In the meanwhile, can you call the other participant if you don't mind? Because
okay, ma'am.
I'll share it, okay?
Okay, ma'am, sure, ma'am. Then I'll go
after this participant, I'll come. Yeah,
okay,
please,
sure. Yeah. For the next presentation, I would like to call Osvaldo Turpo to present on techno-pedagogical devices in blending learning in developing countries.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, go on.
Very good. Thank you very much. So, first of all, I would like to thank Ms. Mubina for the all the patience that she has had, especially with our kids. My name is Juan Zarate, and I am speaking on behalf of Dr. Osvaldo Turco Rivera and our research team. I'm talking about Dr. Milagros González Miñán, Dr. Rocio Maribel Díaz Zavala, and Dr. Luis Ernesto Cuadros Paz, and we are representing Universidad Nacional de San Agustín and Universidad Antonio Ruiz de Montoya in Peru. And today I am going to be talking about the paper entitled Technopedagogical Devices in Blended Learning in Developing Countries. So let's begin. Well, blended learning is a mixed teaching methodology that combines learning through the internet, e-learning, with the experience of face-to-face classes. And blended learning configures new alternatives for continuous learning. It resorts to the diversity of technopedagogical devices and propitiates areas of encounter and didactic interaction. The structural arrangement of blended learning makes it emergent, and at the same time, it establishes it as a standardized educational modality, basically in higher education. We are talking about technopedagogical devices, and they do not show substantial innovations, but they are progressively improving the applications that they have. In the case of Peru, blended learning contributes to didactic mediations that, if they are not the most modern right now, in comparison to other societies, they are progressively advancing in their use, and people are becoming more knowledgeable about them. This is number 8, I guess. Yep. Blended learning enables better adaptations, and it brings the subjects closer to the information, and it modifies the forms of social cognitive interaction with the web. The current conditions of educational transformation suggest that we are getting closer to the user's experiences for this research. Blended learning allows for personalization and flexibility of this instructional process to achieve more active learning in combined didactic contexts of virtuality and presentiality. ICTs contribute to educational development. They lead blended learning towards formative individualizations, building autonomy, and they promote collaborations. There is an integrated set of intervention for specific learning needs, and we're talking about resources, technologies, methodologies, activities, strategies, and techniques. I am going to stop talking about the background because I would like to go straight to the methodology. Let's see. For this study, we are using the systematic literature review. We are talking about the scoping review design because it makes it possible to identify, evaluate, interpret, and synthesize relevant aspects of a topic based on the study of previous research. Somebody has the microphone open. We wanted to have to answer these 3 questions. what technopedagogical devices of blended learning contribute to the socio-technological culture? How do the technopedagogical devices contribute to blended learning? And how is tutorial support developed in blended learning? For this, we have the inclusion criteria. We found blended learning. We searched in the last, over the last 11 years. We worked with thesis reports that had full access, and we needed empirical nature. And we excluded the thesis report that were unavailable, that were not totally available, and of course, other non-thesis works. Here you can see that we use the National Repository of Research Papers, RINATI, in order to retrieve these thesis reports. Initially, we gathered 57 of them, and we started including we started using the exclusion criteria, and we ended up processing 45 reports. What results did we get? Well, the mastery of educational content is vital to access a variety of resources and practices that contribute to the formation of a socio-technological culture. Resources and tools become technopedagogical devices that integrate communication and interaction spaces to generate meaning and learning. We saw that there are some demands for a socio-technological culture. And there are some demands that are scarcely mentioned, which are the ones on the left side of the screen, which are integration strategies, interactivity, information, and success, because they are connected to situations that are compatible with the acquisition of the skills demanded by today's world. The medium attention demands correspond to design, communication, innovation, digitization, knowledge, because they extend and transform the demand for new formative demands that induce emerging formats and designs. And the more representative demands, which amount to 53%, represent culture, interaction, audiovisual, literacy, and competence. Why? Because they respond to the context of interactivity and permanent interactions that encourage new competencies. And when we talk about the instructional process, we say that it requires supports for the development of blended learning, essentially technopedagogical tools and resources. Why? Because they provide didactic mediations and integrations. The processes are developed both virtually and presentially, and they are based on technological devices and resources like platforms, computers, podcasts, tools, and pedagogical resources too, like flipped classrooms, e-learning, etc. The diversity of technopedagogical devices promote accelerated participation and collaboration, and that happens because there is integration of media resources that meet the training requirements of the students. We can see here that the components from various perspectives, face-to-face, virtual, blended, and multimedia, contribute to socio-technological integration. In blended learning environments, the participation and use of different learning sources like MOOCs, wikis, blogs, news syndication, discussion forums, concept maps contribute to the overall development of the individual and his or her satisfaction with the media, usability, and other, making telecommuting and communication fluent and possible. The tutorial function in blended learning is instrumental in the achievement of academic objectives. In the phases that we analyzed, tutorial limitations are evidenced. There are didactogenies, which are pathologies generated by poor teaching. We observe that the tutor manifests certain passivity in some classes, and in others there is too much intervention. Probably the intervention is distant or is inappropriate for the formative purpose. The tutorial accompaniment represents a substantial intervention. And tutoring provides core benefits in blended learning, which go from the use of technology, didactic interaction, feedback, etc., and it takes advantage of the potential for improvements based on the flexibility of access to self-regulation. We can conclude that Peru, being an emerging country, reveals shortcomings and limitations of its educational system, where there occur digital gaps. And that kind of inhibits further development of blended learning. However, it is still growing. The ways of structuring and organizing the components of blended learning manage to generate immersion in the use of digital resources and tools. There is no doubt that in blended learning, participation and collaboration accelerate the benefits provided by the technological devices. The findings that we recovered from the experiences that we got from this thesis translate considerations regarding technopedagogical devices. The didactic processes are widely considered and valued for the diversity and effectiveness in collaborative learning, networking, etc. There are limitations due to internet connectivity. And there is a worrying aspect, which is related to the insufficient tutorial accompaniment. Thank you for listening. Are there any questions?
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Mr. Osvaldo. Yeah, am I correct?
Oh, well, I'm one.
Okay. So congratulations on your presentation, sir. My only question is your study representing the basic education or higher education or both of them?
Higher education.
Higher education. Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. For the next presentation, we have Sandra, Dr. Sandra, to present on tech-mediated teaching learning.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, I will share your screen, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, fine, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, honored chair, respected delegates, and my dear friends. It is really pleasurable for me to make a presentation for 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes on this wonderful platform where the International Conference on Cybernetics and Education is going on. I really feel it a privilege to make a presentation of my paper titled Tech Mediated Teaching Learning. And first of all, my dear colleagues and delegates, I wish to justify myself regarding, I don't know to what extent I've been able to really be reasonable or justify on this particular topic, because I myself am not a tech savvy. I don't know much about the use of technology, and I'm a budding tech savvy. I can say I'm a novice at it because I still have a long way to go and learn so many things, particularly in the teaching and in using this tech mediated teaching. The digital tools or aids as such. And this is a joint presentation. So my co-authors are Dr. V. Sharon Luther from Engineering College, Tekali, which is located in Andhra Pradesh, and also Sunil Kumar Dasari, who is also working in Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. So, in a nutshell, I just want got 30 years of experience in teaching, but still, I'm very sorry to say that I still haven't learned much about the technology, the use of technology in classroom teaching, and I'm still in the process of learning. And I hope that I will be able to do justice to my students also by making use of technological or digital aids in my teaching, in the classroom teaching. And, slide, please. Yeah, this is the abstract of my paper. So what exactly I want to talk about or explore in this particular paper is, that the traditional classroom teaching has definitely has been replaced by the ICT tools, that is integrated communicative teaching or information and communication tools in the classroom. Gone are the days when the teachers came to the class, then they disseminated their knowledge by making use of the oral presentation form, and took it. The globalization has brought about lots of changes, drastic changes, to such an extent that every Tom, Dick, and Harry is supposed to be using what is known as ICT tools or digital aids or computer aided language learning, or you have different names designated to this, and you can call any name. And this has become the talk of the town, or the burning issue, and the teachers are supposed to be using the technological aids in the classroom teaching, especially while teaching a foreign language as English, because it needs lots of activities to be performed in the classroom. And because we know that English as a second language, as a foreign language, as a non-native language, especially for people in India, is very, very difficult. It's a Herculean task for them to speak at even simple English. And the focus now is on speaking. Even the so-called engineering students, the BTech students, or the undergraduate students, and even the postgraduate students in 90% of the universities or colleges and schools in India are unable to speak in English because of various problems, and I'm not going to touch upon it. But what I'm trying to tell you is that definitely by making use of computer aided tools or computer aided language teaching or learning will really fetch a lots of it will be very productive for the learners and also for the teachers in the process of learning to speak in a foreign language like English. So this is where I have chosen tech mediated or e-learning becomes, I want to say that I want to express that the tech mediated or e-learning platform becomes a wonderful channel for the teachers and the students also to learn to communicate or speak in English. Next slide, please. So this is very in brief. I have just put it because we were asked, all the participants were, all the presenters rather, were asked to restrict or confine the slides or the timings from 8 to 10 minutes. So my understanding of tech mediated teaching or learning is, this is, as I've told you, the hot topic of discussion. And but it supports creativity on the part of the learners or the teachers, and also helps the teachers or the learners collaborate with each other, and also enhances the critical thinking skills of the teachers and the learners. So the aim or the intention of using such kind of a tech mediated language teaching or learning is to create a better comprehension between people or amongst people, and also to make things more comprehensible or understanding. I think by making use of these technological aids, the students, the learners will be able to understand quickly, and the activities in the classroom can also become a little more entertaining, apart from merely stereotyped or monotonous. But by making use of these digital aids or tech mediated mode of teaching, definitely the students are going to be benefited, and it is going to be it is going to make them very interesting and arouse their instincts or interest to speak in English. And it also helps in making connections between ideas and information. And then learners also become more versatile. So once we get used to or habituated to this tech mediated kind of teaching or learning, definitely the outcome is that students or the learners become more versatile and also successful communicators, especially in the environment and the ambience which is changing, which is fluctuating, which is not stable. We don't know when what is going to happen. And pandemic, thanks to the pandemic in one way, because it has brought about lots of changes in the teaching methodology, the learning methodology, and this is where the teachers at least made a beginning, started to make a beginning to learn how to use a computer or mobile aided teaching or assisted language teaching or other digital tools. Next one, please. So yeah, actually we can speak so much about this particular topic, but for want of time, I think and I need to conclude. And I wish to say that these traditional methods of teaching, English especially, have become very, very modernized, we can say. And then the practices, as I've already mentioned in the beginning of my presentation, the traditional methods have been replaced by the use of the technology. So we teach, the classroom teaching includes what we call computers, smart devices, displays, audiovisual materials, and electronic approaches. Actually speaking, audiovisual materials have been there down the ages, right from quite a few decades onwards, because we have in the B.Ed classes, where or in the teacher training classes, charts are being used by the teachers to teach a nursery rhyme. So it has been there, and I tell you that all these traditional things were there already, but they have come up with different names. Maybe that is what is my understanding and my perspective. But whatever it may be, we understand that in future, definitely multimedia is going to be an integral part of not just the student-centered learning process, but also the teaching. Okay, the teachers in the classroom should equip themselves, update themselves, and learn to become experts or gain that expertise to teach English by making use of technological aids. And that is what is tech mediated language teaching. Mediated is like the technology acts as a mediator between the teachers and the students. So this is what is my interpretations and my analysis, and I hope I have really made some justice. And so thank you IFERP for giving this fine platform for all of us. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Sandra. Okay, so how did you do your research? What is your research methodology, and who are your participants or respondents of the study?
Ma'am, yeah, actually, I'm taking engineering students, the college where I'm teaching. So a couple of sections, because each section has got some 100 students. So I thought, because I'm also using some of them, and I find really that students are benefiting by such mode of teaching. Because earlier, I was into PG teaching for 22 years. We just had this lecture method and just going to the classes and teaching everything. But in the engineering colleges, it is a different scenario altogether, and we are using maximum tools in order to make the students not just understand the classroom teaching, but also we are discovering that students are also able to speak. So this is, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, what about the readiness of the professors? Have you measured
Pardon,
that?
ma'am? Pardon,
The
ma'am?
readiness of the professors or the teachers.
Yeah, ma'am. Because all of us are using the same. There are around 43 of us, faculty. So all of us are sailing in the same boat, and all of us feel, that really technology should, should be introduced into the classroom teaching, because at least say 25%, it is very useful to the students.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations on your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Tanachai Obchoy to present on modeling of cannabis extraction in supercritical fluid extraction, CO2 technique.
Okay. This way. Okay. Hello, everyone. I will present modeling of cannabis extraction in supercritical fluid extraction, carbon dioxide technique. My name is Tanachai Obchoy, and author name is Associate Professor Dr. Virod Limtakan. This is my biography. I graduated bachelor degree at Chiang Mai University, Thailand. For now, I am master degree student in Thammasat University, Thailand. In present, cannabis is used in many medical treatments, such as migraine, Parkinson disease, pain, depression, among other symptoms. THC have psychoactive effect, but CBD have non-psycho effect active. Both THC and CBD can use for medical treatment. That so many researchers are interested to research new knowledge. Extraction technique is supercritical fluid. Property of supercritical fluid between gas and liquid phase. The fluid above critical temperature and pressure is called supercritical fluid. Supercritical fluid extraction is the most purified process and get many yield different the normal process. The normal process use ethanol and boil until evaporate out. that may be contaminated in cannabis oil. But supercritical fluid use carbon dioxide. When carbon dioxide in environment is transferred to gas phase and not remain in cannabis oil. Impression. No model to describe cannabis extraction. I study mathematical model from two people with many citations. Lewisham model based on mass balance considering on fluid phase and solid phase. Developed to PDE and ODE. Mathematical model can solve by numerical method. SOA model based on mass transfer, considering on fluid phase and solid phase. She divided extraction process in 3 zones. This is SOA equipment for her experiment. Start from carbon dioxide and pump to serve tank and feed to extractor. Then carbon dioxide out to environment. It is open loop. This is reversion equipment. Start from CO2 storage, pump into 1 extractor and T separator. When CO2 fall out from separator T, CO2 is recycled to storage. It is recycle loop. SOA model describes fluid phase in fast extraction zone and solid phase in slow extraction zone. For smooth curve, she adds transition zone like this equation. This model uses many parameters, and T parameters need to adjust from experimental data. In some cases of zero flow rate, this model cannot solve because Z and W parameters cannot solve if Q dot or mass flow rate equal 0. Reversion model based on mass balance, inlet minus outlet equal accumulate all of fluid phase and solid phase. He gets to equation PDE and ODE like this. PDE described in fluid phase mass balance, and ODE described in solid phase mass balance. This equation needs only one parameter to adjust from experiment data. This is curve comparison between SOA and Reversion model using COMSOL multiphysics. Solve it. Gave seed extraction data from SOA paper. Near dash line is Reversion model nearly with SOA experiment, but process are different. Equipment of reversion is similar to this work. This work start from CO2 storage and pump up in 1 extractor and 2 separator, then recycle loop, similar to reversion model. That means I choose reversion model to solve this problem. Extraction process at pressure 200 bar and 50 degrees Celsius. Extraction 2 times, correct attention on every 30 minutes. The data is put in mean value. Then use MATLAB to find diffusion coefficient by fit curve of IMS data. Using Darcy law in console function to calculate velocity, and velocity is used in PDE and ODE calculate. Try out diffusion coefficient and calculate IMS value between experimental data and model. Then plot IMS and using MATLAB to fit curve in polynomial equation. After that, find a diffusion coefficient by minimum value. This experimental data is fit by model curve. This is good argument for cannabis sativa L extraction. Testing solve the model and compare with experimental data from another cannabis extraction. The blue line is solved by console. That confirm the mathematical model used Darcy law, PDE, and ODE solved by console is good argument. For conclusion, comparison mathematical model between SOA and Levachon model is nearly value, but process and equipment are according to Levachon experiment. That means Levachon model is proper to fit this experiment too. Using Darcy law, solve for velocity, and use velocity is used calculate in PDE, ODE. The next step. MATLAB is used to fit curve of IMS data between model and experimental data to define diffusion coefficient for cannabis sativa L. Mathematical model can predict extraction time and extraction yield by accuracy. This research was funded by Thammasat School of Engineering and Thammasat University Center of Excellence in Computational Mechanics of Medical Engineering. Thank you everyone for your attention.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tanachai.
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, what is your research rationale?
Again, please.
Yes, sir, your research rationale.
Yes. Thailand.
I don't know. What I mean is, why did you do the research? What is the reason why you did that research?
Yeah, for medical treatment.
Okay, for medical purposes.
Medicine.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Sir Tanachai, and congratulations on your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The presentations for these sessions are over. Thank you so much, ma'am Marizan, for your chairing this session. Please, do you have any words? Please do let us know, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much, and have a great day.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And the best presentation and best paper for these sessions will be declared tomorrow at the end of the day. And by this session is over. The technical session 1 education is over. So now we'll be going for lunch, and we'll be back in another 30 minutes for the next session. Thank you all. Please stay connected and be back by in another 30 minutes. I hope everyone is back by lunch from lunch. We'll be starting the session in another 2 minutes. Hi all, good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everyone had your lunch. So now I would like to, moving on to our next session, I would like to welcome Mr. Jordi Rapols Fernandez. Jordi Rapols Fernandez is the founder and CEO at Innojet.com, a trusted global open innovation, science and technology network. Over 10 years in the chemical industry and 14 years of open innovation and technology transfer in the internet business. Mr. Jordi is in the part of Catalan National Program Startup Catalonia. He is currently coaching and mentoring multiple technology-based startups to help them develop and implement the strategy and accelerate business growth. He holds an MBA and a corporate finance degree and has been involved in corporate venture and valuation projects. As innovation conference speaker, he has shared many views on open innovation and collaborative research and development and innovation ecosystems in many international and cross-industry events in London, Edinburgh, Boston, Berlin, Singapore, Paris, and Barcelona. His specialties include intellectual property commercialization, open innovation, blockchain, smart contracts, technology scouting, innovation networks, innovation management, social media, internet business models, and much more. So it is an honor to have you with us today, sir.
Thank you very much. Likewise, it's a real pleasure to join you for this great event that you have organized. Thank you for your kind introduction, and good afternoon to all of you. Good morning for me. So you have recently had lunch. I had my breakfast just a few minutes ago. Let me just give me a brief introduction about myself, just to highlight a couple of things here, and also about Innojet, and then I would like to talk a little bit about the concept of open innovation. How do we see it? How do we embrace it? And where do we see that open innovation could add value to today's economy and fast transforming environments that we are all either suffering or enjoying or being challenged by. As you said, my name is Jordi Raffles. I'm co-founder and CEO at Innoget. Innoget is briefly a company that has been in the market for open innovation for almost 20 years. And we started the business with the idea to use kind of a breakthrough technology, we can call it the internet, of course, to foster collaboration between the industry, the market, and on the other side with technology providers, the knowledge-based ecosystems, which are basically universities, startups, research centers, experts, inventors all over the place. So at that time, we saw a need to enhance this type of processes for collaboration. And then we just tried to take advantage of this technology, the internet, to foster this knowledge transfer activities. So with any further ado, if I can share my screen with you, let me please see. Tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. I'm just going to be talking a little bit about our open innovation journey. So first of all, how do we like to define open innovation? Why do we understand that open innovation is important as a process, as a concept, as a mindset? What are the main drivers today? There's so many, and you might find many reasons to embrace this concept of collaboration and R&D and innovation. How to approach open innovation effectively? I mean, not only from the industry or corporate side, but also more and more from universities, economic promotion agencies, cluster organizations, science and technology parks, right? And yeah, at the end of the day, it's about finding the best fit for you, the best program that makes you to step into this collaborative environment. And then a little bit at the end about Innoget, what's our role within that space of collaboration. So I think at the end of the session of my presentation, we will have some time for questions, so happy to answer them. So yeah, I like to talk about innovation and of course open innovation by showing this slide, right? And these three questions, right? So looks like when we ask who wants change, everybody wants change, right? When you ask who wants to change, looks like, yeah, we are not just in the mood of just changing, right? That demands many times and requires moving outside our comfort zones and exploring, experimenting, taking risks, etc., and collaborating and meeting new people, new partners, new markets. And when we ask who wants to lead the change, it's, yeah, that's the big question, right? So to us, to me, open innovation, collaboration in R&D and innovation and technology is also about culture, mindsets, and at the end of the day, change, right? It's a journey at the end. And what's happening today in our market, in the market for open innovation, is that as in many others, we have many solutions coming from the digital space, from process design, from many other technology areas, lots of opportunities that we can embrace and we can move our value proposition into the next step. So we are constantly innovating, we are constantly embracing change, we are constantly following our journey. If we look back and we look at these numbers. When we did Google Open Innovation back in beginning of the century, it just showed up kind of 1,000 results. Yeah, you can see the numbers last year. It's amazing, and we are talking here only about Google, right? So there's lots of much more open source and databases that you can have access to today, and these numbers most probably would increase a lot. And the same on LinkedIn, right? So yeah, if you just look into how many job positions, job opportunities you might or you can find on LinkedIn today, it's kind of also amazing. So with this increasingly usage of the term open innovation, I think it's important for all of us, for all stakeholders actively involved in R&D and innovation, product and project development, to clearly define what innovation means for you and us also as well, of course, what open innovation means and how do you want to embrace it, and where do you see that this kind of process strategy can bring value to you on the short term, but also on the long term. As in today's economy, collaboration and open innovation is not only just a tool, but is a strategy at the end, which is part of the innovation management process, right? So talking about definitions, yeah, to me, I like to define it this way, where an invention meets a market need and adds value to this market need, right? So it's when creativity kind of meets reality, and then you can just draw it just with these circles when people, business, and technology kind of converge into one place where this innovation makes totally sense, and someone is ready to use it, to pay for it, and in return, it brings a new knowledge space to move into the next one. So it's a continuously kind of evolving process. With, I would say, the biggest challenge, which is the selection process, the funnel, how to move these innovations into the marketplace, as most of them starts with many intangible things, ideas, and sometimes technologies which do not have, still not have any application yet, right? So again, talking about definitions, open innovation, that's one of the most, this is one of the definitions that I like the most from Henry Chesbrough, which is the father of this open innovation concept. And as you can read on the slide, open innovation refers to a distributed innovation model that involves purposely manage inflows and outflows of knowledge across organizational boundaries for pecuniary and non-pecuniary reasons in line with the organization's business model. So any word that you can find in this definition makes totally sense, and it also gives the concept of open innovation lots of options and possibilities to be deployed, designed, and at the end of the day to be used, right? So I also like to define it as a way to extract the maximum value out of the intellectual property that an organization has, either by acquiring new technology, knowledge, expertise, or by licensing out or spinning out or pushing technologies out into different applications, or finding out new partners to further develop this technology or IP in different sectors. Again, we can represent open innovation graphically. This is a very nice drawing
where you can see this funnel of innovation or innovation portfolio management. And you can see here it's completely an open process, right? Where starting by the fuzzy front end of idea and creativity and knowledge, new knowledge, basic research generation. How do we effectively and more efficiently move IP and intellectual property into different markets, into different applications? So either to existing current markets or new markets, or finding or setting up new companies, or finding new parties to either spin out, externalize, outsource part of the process. So again, yeah, after all, just by going through these definitions, you can just conclude, or we could conclude, that open innovation is not just IP transactions, open source, university industry cooperation, co-location, co-creation, co-innovation, call it whatever you like the most, internal mobility, supplier-driven innovation, startup engagement, user innovation. It's kind of a portfolio or a combination of some, all, or just one of these activities, depending on the resources that you have, the strategy. How are you where are you in your journey to move into a more collaborative environment at the end? So if we look into the evolution of this concept, everything kind of started like getting more attention at the beginning of the century, basically thanks to my friend and Professor Henry Chesbrough, that he coined the term open innovation to explain how can you embrace these collaborative environments. This was at the beginning of the century. Of course, before that, there was a lot of collaboration among different stakeholders, but just right after Professor Chesbrough coined the term, everything kind of changed, and it really helped to move the open innovation concept, as it was kind of defined at the beginning, by pushing organizations to think inside the box at that time, to open the box, as I like to call it, to think outside the box. And now it looks like we are in a very kind of fast changing environment where there's many options to move forward when it comes to collaborative and collaboration environments. And I like to think about ecosystems with no boxes, where basically hybrid models based on human-centric processes and digital can be combined in order to create communities, networks, and kind of becoming a network of networks that at the end of the day can support each of us to generate the impact that we are all trying to develop, or that we are all pursuing. So, and this is kind of something that you cannot get rid of. I mean, if you want to become competitive, if you want your research, you want your knowledge to be kind of relevant, I mean, visible, I wouldn't say relevant, because there's different type of knowledge, and at the end of the day, this combination of knowledge brings different value at different points in time. It's very important to understand that the wave, the innovation cycles are kind of being shortened a lot, right? So, and this means that we need to change the way we manage not only R&D and innovation, but also businesses, right? We need to move into kind of a more agile way of managing all these activities, because as you can see here in that slide, in this slide, new knowledge is being created faster than ever. And if we can, or we will follow the same speed, or we increase the speed of knowledge creation, we would face a situation where a new knowledge is being created every year, every 12 months. So can you imagine how can we manage all this at the business level and even at the research level, right? So understanding, knowing, exploring where opportunities might be will become even a greater challenge, right? So yeah, some numbers just to reinforce this idea of the speed of change. You can see here in this slide, right? So you know, we are in this environment of open innovation for corporates, basically, but also for universities, and more and more, if not almost all, many of leading companies, but also startups in, I would say, all industry sectors and domains of knowledge are looking for disruption. And this is happening, as I showed before, in a faster pace. And as you can see here, if we look back at 1920, yeah, the average lifespan of a company, big company, listed on Standard & Poor's 500 was like 67 years. Today, it's like 15 years. So we will all be disrupted in any case. The thing is when and how are we going to be able to move into this transition to change ourselves to kind of survive in the marketplace or look for another opportunity. So when there is a challenge in front of us, there are also many opportunities. So this is again something that we should take into account. This happened in many industries, in the telecom, technology, media, consumer goods, retail, travel, manufacturing, financial service, mobility, professional services, energy, logistics, healthcare, real estate. In many, you might find in the literature, in the news, companies just appearing and just completely transforming these markets, right? So, for instance, the automotive industry, if we take this one, changing into kind of this new mobility concept, right? No longer talking about the hardware, but the software in that space. So, opening up a huge industry to further develop solutions based on cybersecurity, geolocalization, right? Also, kind of connecting automotive with aerospace business in many cases for developing new technologies. And this you might find, and we might be able to find many use cases and examples in today's markets. What else? Yeah, open innovation in a time of rapid change. I'm gonna go fast through this set of slides, but these numbers are just meant to show how this is moving, and it's moving in a very fast way, right? You know, we've been in this market for 18 years, right? And it was like a kind of a journey where at the beginning it looked like no one had any challenge to overcome, no one had problems, at least no one were willing to say that openly, to a phase where, yeah, people start just saying, yeah, we want to collaborate, we want to invite you to partner. And now this is kind of a wave which is unstoppable, right? So you can see open innovation is becoming ubiquitous as open innovation ecosystems advance in many industries, domains of knowledge, but also, I would say, in all geographies, right? So these are some numbers. I guess you would get a copy of this presentation. You can dig into it, but again, you can see in some of these tables and graphs this evolution that I'm just talking about, right? And since I wanted to just give some time for questions at the end, just like to talk about some barriers to adopt open innovation, right? One of them is like increased time and managerial costs. That could be a barrier. mostly at the beginning, when you need to transform your organization into a more agile and open one, because many organizations lack of this mindset or skills or tools to be implemented. So at the beginning, it requires this effort, increased managerial and organizational complexity is, as you can imagine, connected to the previous one. Reliance on outdated or insufficient technology, that could be also a barrier. Regulatory risks, conflicting expectations between organizations and partners, that could be some barriers for adopting. But based on our expertise along this 18 years journey, I would say that you can overcome all of them. It could take time, depending on the organization and some of these elements, but you can get into it, into a situation where collaboration, open innovation will become part of your DNA as a company, and it will definitely be something that will help you to maneuver, to operate in such a kind of a fast moving innovation and market and industry and economic environment. So what's kind of hot topic, or what's kind of new, or what's next within open innovation and collaboration? As we saw it, it was like moving from a traditional way of collaborating by attending events, meeting people, talking face to face, into this internet, online, call it marketplaces, communities of experts, of innovators that we've gone through, basically on this kind of human-centric process. And now, yeah, data management, data science comes in, right? So there's plenty of sources where you can extract information from to better analyze where the opportunities are. What do you know? Who knows what? Where are the experts? What's next in terms of market opportunities? And within our environment, I mean, taking a look to this data science or digital transformation part is not enough. It's not just taking a look at it, but really embracing it and developing solutions that might help to build these communities and support our customers in this attempt to extract value out of opportunities for collaboration in many areas. So we, at this moment, as a company, we are developing, we are already offering and applying digital technologies like machine learning, natural language processing, blockchain technologies, artificial intelligence, to really just move into the next level, move our concept of network, online networking for technology transfer and collaboration under a Web 2.0 concept into Web 3.0. A little bit about Innoget. Yeah, we are a company offering open innovation services, as I initially said, and we have a very holistic portfolio of services. But one of our main tools is a network. It's a kind of a social media to support this process of knowledge transfer, technology scouting, technology commercialization activities. So I invite you to sign up. It's free of charge. You can find us on innoget.com. And then you can create a profile. You can find opportunities from both sides of the process, from the market side on companies, corporates, big corporates posting challenges that you can apply for, or even you can showcase your technology inventions, right? And you can present them in front of the community. It's a kind of LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter community where we protect our members against intellectual property contamination. We take care about security issues, confidentiality, privacy issues. So we've built a trustful network for this purpose. Basically, this is our, let's say, digital arm. We support all these processes with add-on services where we like to get involved in some of the projects and just push them and take care of them end to end, right? From the creativity stage into the market impact when it comes to developing technologies or finding new technologies. So basically, we kind of like to say that we like to support the stakeholders in this environment of research, R&D, knowledge creation, innovation to move from comfort zone to a growth zone without kind of or mitigating the effects of becoming or feeling stress or overwhelmed during the process. So managing expectations is also key, analyzing where you are, what do you want to achieve, what are your goals, how do you communicate, what programs do you prioritize, what type of programs and why these programs, right? So again, just to sum up and wrap up, yeah, you know, emerging technologies, there's many based on security, digital workplace, IT automation, storage and database. This is more in the digital space, which is more related to today's conference. I mean, there's an endless kind of ecosystem of opportunities. It's about finding them and embracing them and finding the right partners at the right moment. So our today's challenge, as I said at some point during my presentation, is like, okay, building our roadmap for digital transformation in our environment. We're already moving fast and efficient in that space and already providing value. And with that, I mean, I like to close my presentation with this slide, right? So it's at least when it comes to relationships, to collaboration, it's not only about digital, it's a combination, right? So yeah, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening and open for questions. I think we have 5 to 10 minutes for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to the participants and attendees. If you have any questions, please do ask. Any questions from the participants, sir? Okay, I hope there is no question, sir.
No worries, no problem. If any of you have any question, please feel free to reach me out. You can find me on LinkedIn or through the organizers. Just send me an email. Happy to have a conversation.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us the valuable information. Hoping to collaborate with you in all of your conference.
It will be a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your conference, and also do not forget to have fun.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a great day.
Likewise, bye for now.
Okay, now we'll be moving to the technical presentation sessions. So this is technical presentation session 2, and I would like to invite Dr. Ahmad Samsudin, Associate Professor, Department of Physics Education, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia, to join us as a session chair. He'll be chairing the session.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
So the first presentation is by Putrika Prasuti Ratna on ECG learning, MOOC in combination with mobile ECG application.
Okay. Can my voice be heard? I'm here on behalf of Dr. Putrika Garini.
Yes, please, you can share your presentation.
All right. I am going to share my screen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here on behalf of Putrika Prasetya Ratna Garini. My name is Vita Arfiana Nur Fatima. I'm here to present a case study with the title ECG Learning MOOC in combination with mobile ECG application. It is a research and development work. Okay. The author, Dr. Putrika Prasetya Ratna Garini, is a lecturer and cardiologist at Universitas Gadjah Mada. She was graduated from Universitas Gadjah Mada and Universität Düsseldorf, Germany. She took cardiology residency at Universitas Gadjah Mada and then became a subspecialist in nuclear cardiology and cardiovascular imaging. Her fields of research include cardio imaging, 3D printing, and learning media in cardiology. For anyone who wishes to get contact with her, you can send her an email through pgarini@ugm.ac.id. This is the abstract of the research. So we came from the problem in the field of medicine, where essential ECG interpretation skills are required for general practitioners in performing and delivering the healthcare, particularly in the emergency setting. However, they face limited time allocation if they want to self-study, and there is no professional feedback that they can receive, so they are reluctant to make improvement in their ECG interpretation skill. We came with a solution in providing the online learning system, which offers flexibility and a way to maintain the medical education through some credits. So the online learning system itself can be complementary to conservative methods that doctors used to have in medical school. That's why we developed an online ECG learning model using massive open online course. These are the steps that we take to develop the online learning model. The first thing that we did is developing the mobile ECG modules and application. This is a screenshot of the interface of mobile ECG application. It consists of 4 features. The first one is module, then it is the quiz, ECG gallery, and activity report. After the application was developed, we continued to develop the MOOC modules and quizzes using SCORM in a model-based learning system management. Universitas Gadjah Mada has its own learning system management that is called GAMEL. We use GAMEL to develop the MOOC with SCORM, and then we also make some graphics and some visuals using the software Articulate 360. After we developed the MOOC, we did user testing that it includes some people that will use the module later. I will show you about the interface of the MOOC that we have developed. This is the ELOC, the website of the ELOC, and we can search the course, ECG course, in the search bar. This is the interface of the course. There are 5 modules and pre and post-test evaluation. In the course info, we can see what modules are covered and the coordinate and the name of the coordinators and the teachers. And there is a manual, user manual attached. Okay, I will go to the first module about normal electrocardiogram. In the first module, we have a timeline, like a study plan. They can guide the users to make their experience. Then in the submodule, okay, in the submodule we can try this is the SCORM package that was used in the submodule. Every submodule has learning objectives and some explanation, visuals, graphics. It is all in Bahasa because some doctors, particularly those who were aged about 30 or 40 or older, preferred using Indonesian language to study. Okay, this is about the SCORM. And we also embed videos that are also available in YouTube. Some videos are animated, some videos are lectures. And then at the end of every submodule, there are quizzes. We can see here that the quiz represents the materials that were covered in every submodule, in each submodule. Okay, let's see how it works. Okay, if we answer the quiz correctly, an explanation will appear like this. I'm sorry, like this one. This is the explanation of the answer to the question. Okay, this is the next quiz. Okay, also the reference. And then this is how we incorporate the MOOC with the mobile application. In every module, at the end of every module, we have a specific link to combine the MOOC with the mobile ECG. This is after you click the link, the SCORM will appear, and the basic is in the mobile ECG application, there are some pictures and some cases that we can use to practice. And if we are able to finish to make correct interpretation, we can reflect it here. In this case, our interpretation is not correct, so that we can go on to the other case, but we can also learn where we make mistakes, and then in each quiz we can also reflect it. What grade did we get? Is it good or excellent? Okay, and then we go to the user testing. We include 7 experienced general practitioners with age 40 years old or above. And they were asked to make self-directed learning for 5 weeks. And we provided study plan to guide them, to help them manage their time. The sampling was made conveniently, and they were asked about their learning experience at the end of the period. Only one subject that could complete the course, and one subject withdrew himself, and the others were unable to complete the course. From 6 people who took the course, one completing without these difficulties, and 50% having issues with time management because they also work and have families, and about 2 people felt unfamiliar with some features, that they were confused and they could not understand what these features mean, what these features for. And then one person got stuck in some unresolved quizzes, so he or she could not go on. From this study, we learned that it is not suitable for users with age over 40 years old because their digital literacy might not as good as the users from the younger users, and the system itself, the subjects thought that the system itself is convenient and the materials were relevant to their requirements to improve their ECG interpretation skill, and the interface is interesting and not boring. From this research, we conclude that the integrated learning system of massive open online course and mobile learning application is potential for use, but for younger population of general practitioners, not the old one. And the management of the system should be maintained because the users will use it in a dynamic way. Without proper management, the system itself could be left behind. That's all for my presentation today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Vita, for your presentation. It's a very good presentation, actually. I have a question. Would you mind to explain the research methodology that you have developed for developing MOOC?
Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Ahmad Samsudin, thank you for the question. The research methodology we use in this study is qualitative method, because we only make we did not interview, but we asked for their learning experience with a questionnaire. They wrote their thoughts and their experience in the questionnaire that we gave them at the end of the study. And the sampling method is through convenience sampling. We had a collaboration with organization of some general practitioners, and we asked participation from the teams, the members of that organization.
Okay, thank you for your answers, and make applause for Ms. Vita. And
thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For the next presentation, I call upon Riddhi to present on using natural language processing technique for handling customer relationship management.
Yes, so am I audible? And
yes, ma'am, you're audible.
And here's my screen. Is it visible to everyone?
Yes, it is.
So, I am Riddhi Mandal, pursuing BTech in Artificial Intelligence and a research intern at University of Northern British Columbia. So here I'm presenting my paper, which is using natural language processing based technique for handling customer relationship management. So here are my fellow teammates who all are pursuing BTech in a final year undergrad student, majoring in artificial intelligence from G.H. Raisen College of Engineering, Nagpur. So the main motto of our paper is to use NLP technique to enhance the CRM system. So basically, the use of NLP tries to remove some of the human error which is come across in CRM system. So basically, we in many of the e-business platform, they had some issue while solving the problems of customers. So we come up with the solution to make a system which can record the audio file and convert that audio file into this text. So first module would be speech to text, and then it stored those data in the database and create some token and make try to solve that query as soon as possible and without having any human error. Then here is our complete architecture and the steps which are involved in the system. That is to input our audio file, which is given to API or a web application, which converts speech, that is audio, into the text, and then it correct the spelling as well using NLTK library, and then find out some spotting words that in a question to tag it out, and then it gives us the output as well. So the result output is broken down in the 3 steps. That is, first would be speech to text, its output, and then the spelling corrector, and then the keyword spotting. So there are main as well. We are also working in the future aspects as well. That is to make an automatic system which will be providing by service end, and which can ask the question or record the data in many languages. Like, we are only working on English language right now, and we are moving forward to work on many languages as well. And the system also uses frequency enabled method to differentiate voice and improve accuracy of the data recorded. And the system should automatically generate ticket for issue raised and promptly manage customer handle and their request. And there are some of the recommendation while going through our paper. That is, these are the very major papers which I have been referred for my paper. That is been used for like audio pre-processing, and that's it. So thank you.
Thank you for Ms. D. Riti Mandal. Would you mind to share about the NLP or CRM that you have already developed for input speaking, for speaking, spelling correction, etc.? Would you mind to share the media?
Like I have been using NLTK library, which is available in Python as well. So there is some of the module called as spell corrector. So while we pre-process our audio file, so it convert it into a text format, a summary of a text, and then it will help to find out the spell correction from there.
So you have only how to say implement the NLP for correcting the sentence or the text.
Yeah, as I told you, that is the NLTK library, which is having some of the more functions as well. That is a spell corrector function, which I have been using to find out those spelling correction from the text.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It's a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so
and
much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. So for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Cadet D.V. Narayana to present on the agglomerative hierarchical clustering approach determines the effectiveness of online learning.
Okay, so here, can I start my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks for the time. Here, I'm Kadek Naryana. Will present about the agglomerative hierarchical clustering approach determines the effectiveness of online learning. It's in biography. Bibliography Kadek Naryana from Doctoral of Information System School Postgraduate Studies in Diponegoro University. Next, the abstract. On the abstract, the rapid development if ICTS and their use have facilitated information generation in ascending knowledge-based component for large segment of society. In education, important to create an online environment in conjunction with the damaged information system to develop a managed learning environment that can support the program talk user interface that is standard across institutions. In this case, instruction referral itself as one of main components not only in the context of online learning. Even part of the gap between learning theory and instructional theory can be bridged through the analysis and modeling of student activities in asynchronous discussion. The agglomerative hierarchical clustering approach is used as a method in clustering student instruction pattern in online learning in this study. The highest results obtained are of average link testing so that the best agglomerative technique for student data is equal to 0.5913283, so that the cluster 1 grouping consists of 20 students in the active student category, and the second grouping consists of 5 students in the reactive student category in And the last, in the grouping 3, in cluster 3 consists of 15 students in the interactive student category. In description, data mining is defined as the application of certain algorithms to extract pattern or model from data, creating is high-level description of a set of data, such as a model for data for finding instructor from it, according Fayed et al. Because the partly large number of data mining-based studies were conducted in a given application domain. The earlier steps in this process consist of defining the problem to solve and collecting data. Thus, on the one hand, converting the input raw data into format suitable for subsequent analysis in the goal of the data preprocessing stage. Data mining can be seen as an integral part of the knowledge discovery in database. In the following picture, like this. In the first step, we must be selection, like this. In selection, we will selection more data from the data warehouse. And then second step, we will pre-processing. In this step, we will select it from more data. We will select the target data which will be processed. And then next in transformation. Here we process data who is selecting in target data, and then processing data mining is due here with data transformation. And then next in evaluation, we will find the pattern from more data was data mining. In the finish, we will have knowledge. This research shows the agglomerative hierarchical clustering method use the characteristics, student activities, and other conceptual factors that determine for the most part different learning behaviors. Behaviors can be identified which are appropriate from different learning behaviors carried out by students closely related to highly department on the current goals. Furthermore, all the reasons mentioned in this algorithm will also address the issue for how many student groups are in the dataset when dealing with existing variables and activity-based approach to online students modeling reveal the underlying problem of determining the number of clusters. In research method, we can look like this. And then in description, how about this picture is first is characterization. Raw data from student activities are first collected, and the result of the pre-processing is a set of features that represent and characterize student in terms of their behavior, regarding both types of activities and the available data modeling student activities online, consisting of different levels of participation and units of analysis that has been defined. And then clustering. Market market students are the used as input object for clustering algorithm that group them according to their similarity or proximity. They are students with specific clustering algorithm to apply. Choose a measure of proximity or determine the optimal number of cluster in the data. And then interpretation. Each cluster produced is an analysis of the subject of student activity, the similarity of student behavior, and the dissimilarity of behavior. Cluster and interpreting the learning behavior represented by H. Student clusters and their meanings are accordance with the target activities of the analyst. The interpretation of this model of the result behavior must be performed according to the feature selected in the first step of the process and in the case specifically from student modeling activities in online learning. Result and discussion. Implementation of the agglomerative hierarchical clustering algorithm using R software, which is explained as follows. Data information consists of 4 variables, namely student names, social domains, behavioral domains, and student value data. Pearson correlation. This cluster analysis is used entirely to that the assumption of the representative sample is fulfilled if the correlation value between variable is below 0.8. Then the assumption is that there is no multi-correlation correlation metric in our software. Single link testing, student data clustering test result using single link in our software. Average link testing, student data clustering test results in average link our software. Complete link testing, student data clustering test results in complete link on our software. Based on the testing, single links, average link, and complete links are highest result obtained with the average link, so that the best agglomerative technique for student data was 0.5913283. Cluster dendrograms, cluster hierarchy plot using agglomerative techniques with average link testing in this study can be seen in the following table, like this. In cluster 1, we can number of members is 20 members. Cluster 2 in 5 members, and then in cluster 3 there are 15 members. Based on the table above, cluster dendrogram is used to prove that there are 3 patterns of student interaction with the agglomerative hierarchical clustering on average link testing, which like this. This is from 3 cluster. We will find this cluster dendrogram. In conclusion, based on the result of the research and discussion using the agglomerative hierarchical clustering algorithm formed a total of 40 students, namely the cluster 1 grouping consists of 20 students in the active student category, Cluster 2 grouping as many as 5 students with the category of reactive student. Cluster 3 grouping of 15 students with the reactive student category. Thank you all the best for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Kadek, for your presentation. I have actually two questions, which you mind to answer directly. For the first, why in your presentation you put a correlation value is 0.8? If we compare to the other standard, why you put the standard is 0.8? And the second question is, I still didn't get the how to say the main concept of your research methodology. You only put or share the screen, and but you haven't explained clearly. Would you mind to explain the research methodology that you have did for your research? Thank you.
Okay, first, where I choose 0.8 because I have many testing and I find it to a good testing. I find it and why the second from this is I take some data from
क्या कह रहे हैं हाँ मैं ओके नहीं हूँ मैं गुस्सा हूँ आपसे
Please, Miss Sukaya to mute.
मैं कुछ कहती हूँ पर आप समझते नहीं है मैं कल समझा रही थी ना मतलब आज सर ने बोला था कि आज ना मतलब कल मत जाओ मतलब जाने का मुझे कोई वो नहीं था बोल दिया बट आज मैंने काम भी नहीं किया था कल भी सर ने बहुत सारा काम अपना अपना पूछा कराया आज एक स्टूडेंट को पूछा वो कराया और पेपर का बोल दिया मेरी तरफ से डन है तो आज मैं निकलना चाह रही थी तो बोल रहे थे सर कि आप आना मैं दूसरे पेपर का जो हमने डाटा कर लिया है मैं तुम्हें दूंगा तो दूसरे वाले का तो मैंने कहा सर अभी मैम ने मना किया है कि उस पर तो नहीं करना है काम तो बोले मैंने कर लिया है तो तुमको जब कम्युनिकेट करना हो कर देना ले जाना तो मैंने चलो ठीक है मैं सुबह ले जाऊंगी फिर आज सुबह सर ने मुझे 8 बजे बुला लिया मैं गई तो 8 बजे सर ने कोई बात नहीं की फिर बोलते हैं अपना पेपर कर दिया
I'm trying to mute her for a very long time. Ms. Sukanya Singh, kindly mute yourself.
Okay.
Because Mr. Kadek is answering the question, ma'am. Would
Yeah,
you
yeah,
mind
sorry,
to
sir,
mute?
sorry.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, the second question. Can you repeat the second question?
Yes, Mr. Kadek, please continue your answers.
Okay. Repeat.
Okay, my second question is, would you mind to explain the clear research methodology that you have already done it?
My methodology.
எனக்கு கொஞ்ச நேரம் பாத்துக்கிறீங்க நான் சாப்பிடுவேன் இல்ல எனக்கு எனக்கு சாப்பிடணும் இவங்க வந்து முடிச்சிட்டாங்க ஓகேங்களா யாராவது வந்தா அலோவ் பண்ணுங்க பார்த்து கொஞ்சம் நேம் பார்த்து அலோவ் பண்ணுங்க
I choose qualification because in this research I must find the three cluster and we must have the answer and three in this and three category.
Yeah, perhaps if I saw for your presentation, you implement about the cluster and sampling for the sampling technique, right? But it's much more clearer if you put the research methodology like quantitative or survey, etc. So perhaps in the next you can develop
Yes.
for this.
I'm sorry. Yes, thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kadek, for your presentation. Make applause for Mr. Kadek for the presentation. We go to the next presenters. Mubina,
I would like to call next. I would like to call next presenter. Assessment of ICT competency schemes in Philippines. Challenges of ASEAN. It will be presented by Ravanian A.D. Jesus. I would like to call present the paper Ravinal A.D. Jesus to present the paper titled as Assessment of ICT Competency Schemes in the Philippines, Challenges of ASEAN.
Perhaps
Can you
for the
repeat,
next
sir? Are you calling for Mary Ann Valentino?
moderators for the confirmation
I will
presentation.
repeat once again, ma'am. I would like to welcome Ravinal A.D.
Mary,
Jesus to
please.
present the paper titled as Assessment of ICT Competency Schemes in the Philippines, Challenges of ASEAN.
Hi, hello.
Yes, you can start your presentation.
Yes, okay. It's my turn now. I had intermittent connectivity problem, so I'm going to start sharing.
Yes, please, sir.
Is my audio clear?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Okay.
Your presentation, sir.
Okay, the topic, the assessment of ICT competency schemes in the Philippines, challenges of ASEAN. Okay. So to start with, my brief biography, I followed the template of IFERP. So I am the section head of Department of Information and Communications Technology, a national government agency in charge of ICT programs and projects in the Philippines. So an interim chairperson of ICEP Computers and ICT Society, a registered ASEAN engineer and a professional electronics engineer. Okay, so the highlights of the background. Okay, ICT per se is a very broad context. That's the reason why we're going to delineate. In the Philippines, we have the ICT sector and the ICT enabled sector. Both of them utilizes ICT, but they are different workforce. As a matter of fact, on the later slides, we will explain this. And to my fellow Filipino citizen, that the competency level of ICT is actually high. Later, in the later data, will show it. So the abstract is that the ICT environment in the competency of the Filipino workforce and how this workforce affects or contributes to the ASEAN community. So the objectives are, so of course, as I mentioned before, so delineate the ICT sector, define in our law and how these sectors are subdivided and how to categorize this. Then of course, so assess the ICT industry status in terms of employability. So the limitation is that startups are not included because startups in the Philippines are different workforce. Employability is our focus here. So the graduates of both BSIT program and as well as engineering disciplines. Because under the Philippine law, electronics engineering profession encompasses actually, or the ICT is scope of practice of electronics engineering profession in the Philippines, which is recognized both in ASEAN and APEC engineer level. And propose solution in the benchmarking of IT graduates through engagement in lifelong learning. So here are some historical highlights. In 1994, the first time Philippines was connected to the internet. The year was 1994, almost 30 years by next year. 30 years, 1994, 2024, 30 years roughly. And the other side is the digital convergence, how the information technology and the communications technology merges through this cloud. Before, communication and computers are different types of technology. Because of digital convergence, it merges. Now, of course, to my Filipino colleagues here, this is a good news. The IT BPM scenario that the industry, the revenue of IT BPM industry surpasses the recalibrated target. An official report from the Philippine government that the IT BPM industry, even before the pandemic, this is one of the source of revenue of the government, as we regard that these are economic contributors. And when pandemic strikes, the IT BPM workforce is actually least affected by the pandemic. That's how robust and resilient the IT BPM industry in the Philippines. So it's a good thing. It's a good news for my colleagues as well as to our clients. Of course, majority of our clients are abroad in the BPO workforce of the Philippines, including the call center industry. However, this is the challenge. If the Philippine government reported that the revenue is actually considerable, there are challenges. The Philippines may face oversupply of IT graduates. That's the challenge. So trade-off between the benefits and the challenges. Is that irony? Of course, the ICT sectors are defined by our law, the ICT law, Republic Act 10844. So let us delineate. So we have the ICT sector. It covers telecom and broadcasting. On the other hand, the ICT-enabled sector, the offshoring and outsourcing workforce, or popularly known in the Philippines as call center. Another example of ICT sector is, of course, the internet service providers or ISP. Of course, we are familiar with that. Another example of ICT-enabled sector is the freelancers. So they are still working. They're still working online, but they are not reporting to the office. They work on their own, in home, even before the pandemic. These sectors contributes to the economy of the Philippines as well as to the operations of our respective clients here and abroad. Now, another release from the government, issue number 13 from the TESDA, that why IT graduates are employed. So it is stated, so let me highlight, that the ICT-enabled services are actually occupied. They are occupied by what? Even non-IT graduates, it is occupied. The call center, it does not require you to be highly technical. What requires you is the good communication skills. So that's the reason why Philippines faces oversupply of IT graduates, because in the ICT-enabled services or ICT-enabled sector, all you need is a good command of English language. On the other side, as I have mentioned, the ICT sector, particularly the engineers, if you look at this, out of 9,500 ASEAN engineers registered, actually 2,800 are Filipinos. So if you benchmark, we are above average. But we're going back to the question, why? Why there are IT graduates that oversupply of IT graduates? So continue. These are the data from the Commission on Higher Education. If we look, the average engineering and technology group we have here compared with the IT-related disciplines. So by inferences, there are more IT-related discipline graduates than engineering and technology. So if we discuss this, as I mentioned, the average enrollees of IT is greater than engineering group, the average number of engineering group. Considering that, for the sake of discussion, if we set the alpha into 0.05, considering that, if we compare that, there's no statistical difference between the two, it is respectfully reiterated in this panel that ECE graduates comprise only of 15% of total engineering disciplines. I repeat, if you get the average of total number of enrollees of engineering versus the average number of engineering enrollees versus average number of ITA related enrollees, slightly, the latter has slight in number, slightly greater. If you infer it statistically, even there's no significant difference, the ECE discipline is only 15% of total engineering disciplines as indicated in the table. So here are the accredited professional organizations under the Philippine Technological Council. This Philippine Technological Council is under the umbrella of the ASEAN Federation of Engineering Organizations. So again, despite of unemployability, there are Filipino workforce, particularly in the engineering, that surpasses the ASEAN benchmark. So that's the irony. Then, how to infer this? How to analyze this? Okay. When you say IT in the Philippines, this may cover computer science, computer technology, information system, and so forth. It depends to the program, or the degree program offered here. Again, as I mentioned before, that the IT BPM industry per se, the industry is strong, but the graduates are facing unemployment. On the other hand, electronics engineering disciplines, it covers fields of practice aside from ICT. ICT is only one scope of practice of electronics engineering discipline in the Philippines. Probably that's the reason why the relative employability of electronics engineering are high actually. Okay, now another information, the data we obtained is that the BSIT program was put under moratorium in year 2010. Also, the issue number 13 of TESDA, that as I mentioned, the ICT-related enabled jobs can be obtained by non-IT graduates. That's the challenge we are facing. Also, there's a misconception that if you are techie enough, if you are techie in several applications, you pursue IT. On the contrary, ICT as a whole comprise of all these levels. This is called the OSI layer. The technical aspect is too deep for us to discuss in this 10-minute presentation. What I mean is that workers in the ICT sector covers all of these layers. On the other hand, workers in the ICT-enabled sectors covers some portion of presentation layer and the application layer of the OSI layer. To summarize, the relative employability of electronics engineering profession in the Philippines is actually high. Take note, relative, not absolute, the relative, because there are only few takers or few enrollees of electronics engineering compared with other disciplines. If you divide it by the number of employed versus number of graduates, it will result into high. On the other hand, as reported by government agencies, the relative employability of these sectors are actually low. But again, IT BPM industry as a whole has generated large revenue. And these are the table, the competency scheme or competency mechanism imposed. We have the electronics engineering profession. We have the electronic data processing specialist eligibility. So both of them are given by the government as well as this, except for this. Certification, although cannot be used as civil service eligibility in the government, but these certifications are actually in demand in corporate or in private sectors. Okay, so here, if you notice, the electronics engineering, under the Philippine law, once you pass the engineering board exam, you can practice your profession at the same time you are granted civil service eligibility, meaning you are eligible to enter government service, based on our existing law. On the other hand, the electronic data processing specialist, you can also have civil service eligibility, but that's all. You cannot proceed into higher level or advanced professional level such as this, the ASEAN and APEC engineer levels. So the conclusion, so moratorium imposed by the Commission on Higher Education seem effective in controlling the quality of BSIT program and graduates. And later, this moratorium was actually lifted already. And we found out that the IT BPM sector of the Philippines saved the Philippine economy during the pandemic. And our organization drafted guidelines how to adapt IT practitioners as affiliate members. And our organization is the accredited professional organization recognized in the ASEAN level as well as APEC level. And additional benchmarking in order to leverage the competency levels of Filipino IT practitioners. So these are the reference, and thank you very much.
Share with us of actually after pandemic attack. You mentioned that all of the Filipinos university, especially in the developing ICT sectors, it's a quite, how to say it, make a problem for the developing sectors, right? ICT sectors. Would you mind to share with us, discuss about the after pandemic attack? What is your government did to develop about the ICT sectors?
Hello, come again. The audio is...
Okay, I repeat for my question. Would you mind to share with us about your government policy to overcome the pandemic attack, after pandemic attack or post-pandemic, to develop about the ICT sectors? Thank you.
Okay, our government policy, because the slides are limited and time is limited, we offer free trainings actually to our citizens to retool our citizens. They are equipped with ICT skills, particularly the ICT-enabled sector. And that mechanism, what we call digital jobs training program, we offer it free to Filipino citizens. And once they are ready, after the training, once they are ready, they can get their respective clients. They don't have to report to the office. They can work on their own. Depends on the agreement of the client. And they are earning actually they are actually earning foreign currencies, dollars, and it contributed significantly to our economy. We offer our DADAB is Digital Jobs Training Program that is free for our citizen.
Okay, Mr. Ravanal, one question again. Would you mind to share with us, especially in my country, Indonesia, we have convert. For example, I have a certificate from Microsoft that it's could be converted to the other level of the ICT level. Would you mind to share in the Philippines? Your country has the same program or the other program that you can, your government or your university can convert from one certificate to the others for policy. Thank you.
Okay, that's a nice question. Specifically, as what you have said, the Microsoft certificate, when you go to the Philippines and you use it in private companies, it is actually recognized. Now, the question is the government policy. We have the Civil Service Commission that regulates the eligibility of the people or the applicants for you to enter the government service. Unfortunately, that Microsoft is not yet recognized. However, as I have mentioned, because you are from Indonesia and the Philippines, we have the ASEAN Mutual Recognition Agreement. But it is in the case of engineering profession. I'm not sure particularly with IT if there are already. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you for your nice presentation, Mr. Ravanal. We make a big applause for Ravanal, and then we next to the next presenters, please.
Thank you, sir. For the next presentation, I call upon Cadet V. Nuranaya to present on implementation of markerless augmented reality, the hockey sports equipment recognition application using the Android-based user-defined target method. Cadet Dwi, are you here? Can you present?
Cadet Dwi Nuriana, time is yours.
Okay, so let's move to the next presentation. I call upon Mary and Valentino to present on data analysis of NU Philippines faculty research engagement using web data scraping technique.
Good afternoon. So let me share my screen. Am I audible and my presentation is clear?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay, good day, everyone. So our research is all about the data analysis of National University Philippines faculty research engagement using web data scraping technique. So I am Mary Angie Valentino. Together with me, my co-authors, Professor Eric C. Campano and Professor Julius Ives C. Bato. For the biography of the authors, so here is the short biography. For the next slide, for the abstract, the study aims to evaluate and track the faculty members at the National University of the Philippines' productivity and research publications. This study creates a Google Scholar Index of all the scholarly works produced at the National University Bulacan of the Philippines. Metadata files from various faculty research engagement in the Google Scholar database were collected using web data scraping methods. The study's findings indicated that the number of publications increased significantly over the study period due to the faculty members receiving research funding. Citations significantly increased due to the advantages of working with other researchers. With the rise in the number of publications produced by the faculty, the National University of the Philippines has experienced significant growth and stagnation. Based on the results of the study, the publications of the National University have experienced a significant increase due to the impact of the research funding and the benefits that comes with it to the productivity of the faculty members. Based on the findings and conclusion of the study, the following recommendations are submitted. The National University should provide continuous capability training, workshop, national and international research publication budget allocations. For shares out of learning process components contributed to the developing the business potentials for human resources. In this framework, teachers serves not only as a knowledge communications, but also as mentors who offer advice and assist students in their learning, as well as educators who transmit values. So the methodology for the web scraping is an excellent method of obtaining information from the internet. Unstructured data from websites is transferred into organized data that can be stored and retrieved in a database, and the data is analyzed. So scraping the web is also referred to as data extractions from the internet. The researchers use the years index to compare the effect of published works as well as average publications, counts, and metrics to estimate the National University's Bulacan scientific productions from 2020 to 2022. Only journal papers written by teachers and researchers affiliated with National University Bulacan were considered. Data on faculty counts and characteristics were available from the updated Google Scholar. The H-index was calculated by counting the number of citations for each work in a Google Scholar database. The researchers did not use books, unpublished papers, periodicals, or titles of obvious journals because they were overrepresented citations and overestimated citation counts. The only paper that has been published in a reputable journal and is indexed by Scopus, Web of Science, and other databases is the one that is included in the study. For the result, the web data scraping applications was able to collect 14 publications from 6 faculty researchers out of 36 full-time faculty of the National University Bulacan found in Google Scholar from the covered years 2020-2022 after going a through series of steps from data scraping to data analysis and visualizations. This is because the National University Bulacan campus was only established in the year 2020 for the information of the participants here. For the conclusion, with the increase in the number of publications produced by faculty members, the National University Bulacan has seen significant improvements and stagnation. It demonstrates that NUB's research management publications or RMP productivity continues to improve. According to the study, NUB publications have increased significantly due to the faculty members' research incentives. Collaborations with researchers, on the other hand, has had a significant impact on the significant increase in citations. For the recommendation, analyzing the number of publications and citations produced by National University Bulacan faculty members allows for the monitoring of faculty productivity in terms of research and development. The administration should encourage faculty members who engage in research activities to create Google Scholar accounts to monitor publications and citations easily. It will be advantageous for the administrations and the faculty researchers if they create an account for easier monitoring because they are aware of the restrictions and not all faculty researchers can transfer their documents from physical publications to digital publications. And that would be all. Thank you very much. Sir Samsudin, can you loud your voice so that I can hear you clearly?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your nice presentation, Ms. Mary. I have perhaps one question first. I think the big problem for the university, especially in ASEAN, to publish in international reputable journal, especially in Scopus or Web of Science Index. Would you mind that you mentioned about the incentive for the scholars, especially in university, your university or all university in Philippines? Would you mind to share with us what kinds of the requirement that all educators can get incentive? Perhaps I have example. Scopus Index it has the quarter, right? Quarter 1, quarter 2, etc.
1 to 4.
Q4. Okay. Would you mind to say it's quite all of the quarter is same for the incentive, or for the other depends on the quarter that it's depend of the incentive salary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Samsudin. For the National University, we have, for all campuses, we have the same guidelines and policy to apply for a research incentive. It depends upon on the plot results of the research, if it will be for publish or it will be for conferences. So definitely the policy and guidelines of the National University depends on the, it will be on from Q1 to Q4, or it will be on the non-Scopus index research. So the research incentive funds will be depend on the level of the research output.
Okay, it's quite same with my university, especially in UPI. Next question, Mary. Would you mind to share with us about the requirement in my country? Every professor, for instance, full professors and then associate professor, every 3 years, the government evaluate how many publications that you have done for your record, especially in 3 years. Would you mind to share with this on your university? It's quite same, or okay, I have already full professor. It's the end of my career to end of publication, for example. Would you mind to share with us?
Maybe we have the same policy or guidelines, but however, the number of outputs, maybe that will be the difference from your university from ours. In our university, since we have 3 terms for 1 academic year, the full-time, part-time, and the non-teaching personnel are always encouraged to do a research output, and it will be incentivized by the our university. Since I am the research coordinator, so I'm always giving them the memorandum to encourage and giving them an orientations on how they can produce a good research outputs. So for those, of course, it is hard for all universities. I think you will agree with me to encourage faculty to produce research. So the encouragements that we do in our faculty is to have a collaboration research output so that you can help also other faculty to produce a research.
Thank you, Mary, for your answers and your presentation. It's very nice. Thank you very much, and see you next in the next collaboration, perhaps. Thank you. I come to the next presenters, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. For the next presentation, I call the next presentation title is on implementation of markerless augmented reality in the hockey sport equipment recognition application using the Android-based use to design target method by Kadek Dwayne Nurana. This paper will be presented by his partner, Dhinanjay Sayo Kamadi. Welcome. Was available in that knowledge. Okay, sir, can we go to the next presentation, sir? So I call upon Arifa Parvin to present on impact of cybernetics. E-learning will play an important role in the globalization of education. Here we have so the next presentation will be by Abdul Aziz Hadi to present on breaking down barriers to digital contact tracing, a model for understanding the factors that affect individuals' attention to share personal information. That's the who are available. Do we have Miss Monica here? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I call upon Monica to present on guiding principle for designing and content creation of AR apps for primary children.
1 second. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monica. I am going to present today guiding principles for designing and content creations of AR applications for primary children. My biography: I'm a research scholar at Amity University, Noida, New Delhi. I am also a corporate trainer in the area of business and data analytics. I'm also working as a professor in New Delhi Institute of Management in the area of business and data analytics. Abstract. This research is done in the area of augmented reality in education sector. The research in the area of augmented reality in education is still in an early stage, and there is a lack of research on guiding principles for designing and creating the content for augmented reality applications for primary school children. The purpose of study is to identify the designing and content creations before developing any mobile application. Now, augmented reality is actually a virtually overlaying the virtual content into the real world, which makes a learning method more interactive and impressive to the students or the learners. AR techniques makes the learning process easy and understanding and interesting as compared to the traditional approaches. Traditional approaches could be normal traditional methods, which is being conducted in schools, as well as through YouTube videos and other audios videos. While going through the research literature, I found that there is a lack of, there's a gap or the lacks, there's a data and the methods are lacking in focusing on the learning and better educational content. Actually, there are a lot of AR apps and other apps are available in the market. The only thing is which I found in the literature review is that the apps are not focusing on the content and the learning methodology on the AR apps. So our study investigates the appropriate designing and content principles before designing any application for its maximum benefits to the users in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. In the existing literature, there are many principles like simplicity, easy of understanding, making learn with fun, more interactive, must be in reality, new way, next generation technology, privacy, etc. are given. But there is no framework given which can be followed before designing and developing any content-based AR applications. So the objective of this study is to first identifying the existing challenges faced by the users while using this technology, whether my users are learners as well as teachers. Secondly, to identify, to develop the content-based principles for designing these AR apps, and also the designing principles for designing these mobile applications for the primary children only. By going through the literature, I found that there are few challenges which are faced by the teachers while using this technology. Now, the challenges are the teachers are lack of aware about these technologies. They are inadequate in visualization. They are insufficient in training and they are not able to use this technology. There is no proper evaluation techniques are given in these apps when the teachers are following these apps. So there are few more challenges are there while using by the teachers. There are another challenges which I found in the literature is that few existing challenges faced by the children, the primary children, when they use these such mobile applications. They find so many usability issues are there. They need the support of parents. They are difficult to find, go to the main screen on home screen when they are already on some other page. There are a lot of navigation issues are still existing. Some apps are not designed as per the age group. Whatever the age is there, they are not designing as per the age group. And the most important is that proper content is not being given in the AR apps as per the curriculum. So what is the need of this technology? As we know that primary children face a lot of difficulties when they learn any subject. Specifically, if we talk about mathematics, science, the subjects like science requires an interactive way of teaching to generate the understanding and interest among the students. Similarly, in mathematics, when teacher teaches in traditional method, students with low cognitive skills are not able to visualize and hence they lose interest and they get fear of that subject. But there is a need of such technology by using these technology where student can understand the concepts properly and they can use this concepts in their higher studies and in their real life. Few of the existing AR apps for teaching the students. For example, like Puppy Plus, Bacteria Snap, Mountain Rescue, these are few of the existing apps are available in the AR technology, augmented reality. The problems which exist in the current apps are like they are hard to use for the children. Like few apps have a lot of animations, but proper content is not given. Somewhere students are finding the navigation issues. Some are facing the usability issues, adaptability issues, and a lot of other issues. So the methodology of this research was, firstly, the existing literature from the Google Scholar was searched, the review to find the existing principles and challenges faced by the users while using this technology. After literature review, the second methodology was doing the expert meetings, interviews, and taking a surveys for the school teachers, parents, and the mobile app developers from Delhi NCR region. I have covered only the Delhi NCR region from the primary school teachers, their parents, and mobile app developers. And in the next step, after taking the expert meetings, interviews, and the surveys, we came up and I applied a factor analysis using SPSS to come out with the designing and content principles. So while going through the survey and the expert meetings, the few of these inputs which I have collected is that people are saying the expert meetings and surveys of around 200 plus users and 100 plus developers from the Delhi NCR regions gave this inputs that apps should have affordable, it should have security features, proper assessment should be done after each subject, each topic is explained in the applications. There should be an activity in the app based on the concepts. It should be self-independent. Students can handle their own, the primary children basically. It should be in immersive way. AR app must be from the point of the view of the users. Clarity of the content should be there. Customer satisfaction should be there. It should have a proper design, proper content. Design and content should add a value in the application, and the design and content should go in a balance. They should work together, not parallelly. It should have easy control, error handling, fast error corrections, flexibility, and so on and so on. There are so many, these are the different parameters which I have collected through the expert meeting and the questionnaire. Few of the important findings from the survey that people says that when we use AR applications in the class with the projector base, the productivity, the efficiency of this application gets increased. And they are liking that AR projection in the classes is better than the mobile apps and using the smart TV and the tablets. Another activity is that the users wants that in the application, there should, after having the concept, learning the concepts from these apps, there should be an activity based on this concept so that students can learn the skill-based learning and they can apply in their higher studies. Similarly, specifically the primary teachers have given this inputs that the content should be more focused as rather than the designing part, so that this can be a substitute of their curriculum and the apps can be used in the schools. What is the expectations from the parents is that they want the child should handle this application independently. So these are the derived principles after doing the factor analysis. One is that I have found with the three major classification of the final factors, that is layout creation. The app should have artistic design, attention grabbing, proper functionality and understandability. Next is the competency, having a proper content in the applications so that the proper efficiency, performance, reliability, rewards can be entered into the application and efficiency can be checked after using the application. Third is the catalyst, where it should have the features of enjoyment, budget friendly and satisfaction. Now, after doing this research, I have come up with some working model which is based on these guiding principles for the primary children. So the following model is proposed for AR apps based on the derived principles. Model in the next slide showing that based on these derived principles, markers and scripts will be created in the Unity 3D and that will be stored in the database. After that, virtual environment will be created and then scanning from the camera will be taken place to match the scripts and the markers. If the markers will be matched, then the objects will be superimposed as an output. The students will be later tested and experienced by both AR environment and the traditional approach. The result of both tests will be compared and conclusion will be drawn later on to show the effectiveness and efficiency of my proposed model on the primary children. So this is my proposed model, which I'm going to implement in the Unity 3D software, that the application will be starting from here. The inputs will be, I will be using the marker-based technology, and the inputs of the derived principles will go into this. I will design the creation of markers, assets, and scripts using 3D. Then it will be loaded into the database. After that, the creation of virtual environment will be done. Then the mobile app's camera will scan these markers, and then the tracking of the images attributes using the C# script and UI will be done. If the markers are matching with the loaded databases, matching with that loaded database scripts, then it will superimpose that output on the user's view. And then after that, I will be comparing doing the pre-test and post-test on this application, that one group will be performing the experimentation without AR, and one will be doing the experimentation with AR. And then later on, the comparison of the results will be done to find out, to finally deriving the conclusion that learning from AR applications have more impact in terms of efficiency and effectiveness to the end user. The conclusion in this study, the purpose was to identify the designing and content principles before developing any working model in the AR technology. So after, as I said, after literature review, I have shown I have classified the three major principles. So in future, we will be developing this working model and justifying that the results stating learning from AR will be having a better implications on the effectiveness to the efficiency and effectiveness to the children. Future scope. Still, I found there is a lot of awareness is required in this domain. People are not still aware about this technology. Government initiatives is also required to think in the area of skill-based education. And it has also been noticed that still there is a tremendous scope of AR application in education sector. A lot of work and attention is required to get the maximum benefit of this technology. Now, integrating AR application with AI will be a great scope in future. Thank you.
I have one question that you have already mentioned about the pre-test and post-test, post-test, right? If I'm not mistaken, you mentioned about the experimenting with the ER and experimenting without ER. Would you mind to share with us about what kinds of pretest that you have already developed for measure the experimenting with the ER?
Actually, sir, I have just, after getting these guidelines, I have just designed the working model. I'm proposing this model. Now my next target would be, I will be designing an AR application based on these guidelines. And then I will be applying these AR application based on these guidelines to the different set of children. Now, those who are already learning the concepts with the traditional approaches, I will be giving some tests to them. And then I will find the results, how much they have understood the concept with the traditional method. And the same thing I will teach through the AR application, any concept, whether a mathematical concept or whether any science concept. And then I will compare the results with the traditional method and also with the AR method. So then I will be finding that the students, those who have learned through AR application, will have better understanding of any concept, and I will be proving that with the help of these statistical models with the software, to find out that students have learned, have shown a better performance, they have learned better understanding of the concept, and they can use this as in a real life in future in their higher studies.
Thank you very much for okay, thank you for your answers. Okay, make applause. Yeah, you're welcome. For the next presenters, please.
Thank you so much. So for the next presentation, I would like to call upon Abdul Aziz to present on breaking down barriers to digital contact tracing, a model for understanding the factors that affect individuals' intentions to share personal information. Please, sir.
Hi, everyone. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I will share my screen now. Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Good day, everyone. First, I'd like to thank you very much for giving me this chance to present my paper, which is entitled as Breaking Down Barriers to Digital Contact Tracing, a model for understanding the factors that affect individual attention to share personal information. This is Abdul Aziz Abu Rajela. I'm a senior lecturer in MIT UNIKL, Malaysia. The agenda of my presentation actually divided into this main point. Firstly, I will start with the short background of my research, then moving to the problem statement. Afterward, I'm going to explain a little about the research methodology. Then I will touch upon the result. Finally, I will explain the conclusion and future work. Firstly, we know that during the COVID, like most of the countries around the world, they use like what's so-called digital contact tracing application. Could be like either by using mobile application or by using some different form of technology. It was like obviously that in some area or some country there was some sort of resistance. People, they don't like to use it because they have some belief that this type of technology might reveal or leak their sensitive personal information, which might include their location, healthcare status, and some other information. That's why there was some sort of like resistance. People, they don't like to use it. So, and also because of the lack of transparency about the data collected, the data that might be collected by such application might not be like stored securely and privately. So the problem of this research actually focus on the this type of technology. Actually, there was like a few number of research that touch this sort of problem on how people actually balance of using the contact tracing application with privacy concern, especially in Malaysia and globally. This could be like existed in Malaysia, but I think it might be also existed in some other countries. Most of the research that have been done in this domain actually focus more on some issues related to legality of such application and also ethical aspects such as data protection. While here I'm focusing more on how people will accept to use such application to store some information about their daily movement. Research methodology. In this research, actually, I relied on qualitative methodology by using, first I distributed a survey to 576 persons in Malaysia, and among of this number, 533 have replied and give them their opinion. After that, I have formulated my theoretical model. Then after that, after I collected the information, after I collected data from the respondents, I used structural equation modeling, same approach to analyze or to verify the result of the conceptual model. This was like the factors that have been actually concluded from the literature review. We started with these factors: transparency, collectivism, information privacy concern, expected personal outcome of sharing, expected community-related outcome of sharing, attention to disclose personal information, COVID-19 related stress, uncertainty avoidance. This was like the main factors that have been investigated. Based on our literature review, we came up with this theoretical model, which actually rely on some well-established theory, which are like privacy calculus theory, and also Hofstede cultural theory, and also the information boundary theory. After we formulate our conceptual model that combine all this theory together, which actually combine also some sub items or sub variables, we have done the SIM verification Then this was like the result of our SIP verification. We came with the result that there are some factor which actually has like significant impact on the intention to disclose personal information, such as the expected community-related outcome of sharing and the what's so-called expected personal outcome of sharing information, and also the information security. And there are also some factors which actually has no significant impact, such as the COVID-related stress and the uncertainty avoidance and the collectivism and the transparency. As you can see here in the result, the factors which has like insignificant influence on the main variable are the COVID-related stress, data transparency, and uncertainty avoidance. These variable or factor have no significant impact on predicting intention to disclose personal information. While here we have some factors which actually has significant impact or significant influence on the main variable, which are collectivism, expected community-related outcome of sharing information, and also the expected personal outcome of sharing information and information privacy concern. These variable or factor have significant impact on predicting the intention to disclose personal information. We come up with this conclusion. We conclude that the privacy here, the privacy might play a significant role in collectivism. As we can see here, we have like intermediary. We have like intermediary like variable that play big role or has some impact between the information privacy concern and also the intention to disclose information, personal information, which we reach the conclusion that the privacy play a significant role in the collectivism, transparency, and uncertainty avoidance. And also, it was found that the revealing personal information was affected by anticipated effect linked to community, expected personal outcome, collectivism, but not transparency and uncertainty avoidance. These two variables have no impact on the intention to disclose personal information. We suggest or we recommend to do more research on risk assessment approach, because people these days might be like so concerned about their information. Like during 2 years of or more than COVID pandemic, a lot of information has been collected and stored remotely in unknown servers. So people actually might not be like satisfied, not be like feeling comfortable to have their information being stored in some remote server. That's why we need to have some sort of risk assessment research that can evaluate the potential risk of storing people's information on some remote location. And also there should be like some sort of there are need to update the regulation and laws that can control the transparency of data exchange between also between the consumer and the service provider. And also in the future research, we plan to do more comprehensive research that can cover multiple type of users, such as the middle-aged user and also old people. And also we need to think more about how the age and gender might play like a role in people attention to use the such application. Thank you so much for your attention, and you are most welcome to to ask if you have any question.
Is about the ethics, sir. Would you mind to share with us about how to control the data of the ethics, especially for the control for the transparency and others, that the data will be safe by the program or by the application? Thank you.
Yes, actually, as I said that so far there is no clear picture about how this data actually stored or used, because most of the application actually doesn't allow user to know more information about how his data or her data actually utilized. That's why we have suggested at the conclusion to do some sort of risk assessment research to know how to deal with such issue, and also we need to update or to upgrade the laws of data protection, because people actually that are not comfortable to have their data actually used for marketing or used for some unethical purposes. This is still like open issue for research.
Thank you, sir, for your answers.
Most welcome.
Make applause for your presentation. It's very nice for us. We next move to the presenters, ma'am. Moderator, please.
So yes, for the next presentation, I would like to call upon the paper titled Implementation of Markerless Augmented Reality in the Hockey Sport Equipment Recognition Application using the Android-based user-defined target method. Paper is by Kadek B. Nurayana, and his partner Niranjar Sitayo Pamadi will be presenting. Okay, he seems to be not available. I would like to call upon Arifa Parveen to present on impact of cybernetics e-learning will play an important role in globalization of education.
Can I see my slide? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to all. I am Arifa Parveen, Chief Instructor and Head of the Department Electromedical Technology, Dhaka Mohila Polytechnic Institute, Bangladesh. I would like to talk about impact of cybernetics. E-learning will play an important role in the globalization of education. First, I discuss about abstract of my study. Cyber related to culture of information technology, which deals with information in the digital world virtually. E-learning has become a very important tool in the education system today. So, newly designed e-learning supports administration and technology. Cybernetics is a science of communication, like social media posts, cartoons, and newsletter, etc. And automatic control systems, where the basic principle is regulation through control and feedback between both machine and living things. Here, the concept in cybernetics with respect to positive thinking, which are explaining thinking skills that we should develop and practice to achieve optimum results in the process of e-learning and evolution by introducing a new branch of science through control and feedback. Next objective of my study is one of them familiar to exchanging knowledge and experiences on e-learning by cybernetics effects. And another is know how every aspect of e-learning education create the knowledge asset. Next, I discuss about methodology which is used in my study. A mixed method survey design was used for this study. Data were collected face-to-face, and data has been collected from various educational institutions of Bangladesh using questionnaires and interviews. Qualitative and quantitative data were used by the collecting with random sampling and purposive sampling. Data were being processed by SPSS and MS Excel software. Then I discuss about data analysis and finding. Here, two tables are found here. The first table shows that 13.15% people say that cybernetics has been used in burning. 15.5% people say that cybernetics has been used in microchip. 16% people say that cybernetics has been used in neuroscience. And 55% people say that cybernetics has been used in all fields. The next table shows that 11.5% people opinion about modern education system in cybernetics are online learning. 12.5% people opinions are e-learning. 75.5% people opinions modern education system is cybernetics are online learning and e-learning both. Then the interviews findings are two figures we shows. The first figure shows that e-learning education combines offline learning, online learning, and media-based learning together. The second one is platform of e-learning are used in Bangladesh, are 10-minute school, Onnorakom Patshala, Shikhak.com, etc. The another graphical representation shows in two figures. The first graphical representation shows the 6.5% people used as a media of e-learning system in Facebook. 1% people used as a media of e-learning system is Twitter. 89% people used as a media of e-learning system is Google Classroom. And 3.5% people used as a media of e-learning system is none of them. The second graphical statement shows that 1% people opinion about e-learning device is mobile. 3.5% people opinion about e-learning device is laptop. 95.5% people opinions about e-learning device is mobile and laptop both. Last of all, conclusions and recommendations about the study. E-learning delivered to fulfill the online possibility of blending the borders of the classroom. Second one is curriculum model might be useful to individual program of the academic learning, educational institutions that want to fast-growing technology. The third one is educational institutions will be designed and policy and core curriculum will be system science and cybernetics. The fourth one is the science that covers on research, focusing on the consequences of science in their field of information systems. I would like to end my discussion and session, and thanks to all are listening for my study. Thank you.
I have one question that you want to share with us. You
Please,
mentioned about the mixed method, right? Your research methodology, you use a mixed method, survey, if I'm not mistaken. Would you mind to share with us about the qualitative analysis that you have already done it for solving your problem in your research?
Sorry, please.
I will repeat again. You mentioned about the mixed methods, right? Mixed method survey for your research methodology. Would you mind to share with us about the qualitative analysis that you used for your solving your research problem?
Yes, here two methods are used, qualitative and quantitative. Both methods are used here. Qualitative method, I get interviews from different students of various university students, and then I put their opinion in the figure that shows in the in my presentation.
If I show in your presentation, you only mentioned about the bar chart, right? Bar chart is regarding to the quantitative analysis result. How about the qualitative one? Would you mind to explore perhaps by description, statement of the respondent perhaps, or other analysis?
I analysis about 200 participants in my study who are joined in my questionnaire survey and interviews. In that participant, 150, 159 are students in different university graduate of computer department, and 41 person teachers are different universities of computer department are joined in my interviews and survey system.
Thank you for your answers, Professor Arifa. Make applause for Prof. Arifa, and we move to the next presenters, please.
Thank you to you and your organization to get me such an opportunity. Thanks.
For the last presentation of the day, I would like to call upon Vigneshwaran to present on using telemedicine in online consultation during COVID-19 epidemic, a mini systematic review.
Hi, hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Continue.
Okay, thank you. So today I would like to present on my topic, which is using telemedicine in online consultation during COVID-19 epidemic, mini systematic review. So, and I'm Vigneshwaran. So let's go to the background of my research. So here today, this pandemic, we are facing a lot of problems, especially on the healthcare. So on my research, so during COVID-19 pandemic, we have focused on infrastructure, professional training, rules, regulation, which help medical practitioners to consult their patients, which to prevent medical practitioners to have a face-to-face consultation with their patient. So telemedicine nowadays has become an important tool to ensuring the patients received continuity of treatment when a face-to-face consultation has been restricted. This is due to the overwhelming of pandemic COVID, which is getting worse day by day. So few studies discuss worldwide experience by using telemedicine technology during the COVID-19 pandemic. So by this research, I will address the questions of how telemedicine is employed in online consultations during the 19 pandemic. These include the outcomes, challenge, and research trends. So these are the problem statement, the problem that we are usually faced. So most of the problems just look like telemedicine, the application is very limited. So due to that, existing applications, some of the apps doesn't meet the user's requirement and satisfaction. So by this will cause a lack of trust among the public to use the telemedicine in healthcare consultations. So most of them don't have the opinion or idea how to use that. Usually older person, where they have a lack of IT knowledge on how to use the applications. So on my research methodology, so focusing on one particular issue using a restricted number of database and focus on constraint period. A detailed study was done using the collection of applications, papers, which is best research that address the point that we have focused and presented. Objective of this mini systematic review to compile the primary source and include most significant studies and to capture best result by go through reviewing the best articles and to analyze and evaluate it based on our findings. So these are the table that explain how telemedicine to be applied in online consultations. So as an example, the outcome of one paper that we go through, which is GIS, Geographic Information System. So the purpose of the system is to tackling COVID-19 outbreaks. And when we focus on the system, so of course there is a challenges, which is the most of the common challenges that we are facing is standards and regulations, data privacy and security. Because most of the users, when they use a system, so they will particularly focus on the how private and how secure the system is, the application is. So these are some papers that we going through that highlights our findings. So from the table, overall, we can conclude that the result indicates that each online consultation outcomes come with its own purposes. Although there are several challenges that might take place, the purpose and research trends as is healthcare policymakers in the settings, the proper procedures how to ensure ranking of the technology with fewer obstacles and obstructions. By this, they can construct a more better model, more better applications for the future. So at the end of conclusions, so telemedicine has several advantages. So So the most important is it really helps clinicians to treat patients in underserved area, those who can't travel to meet their physician by face to face. If let's say someone staying rural areas, distance, so they are really facing a problem. And of course, in their COVID-19 time, so it's more helpful for them to have a online consultation with their medical consultants. So there's been little research done on how well this is currently being implemented in online health consultations. So we described the use of telemedicine in online consultation during the COVID-19 epidemic. So this variety of users in telemedicine in online consultation as well is difficulties, restriction, and research trends. It also determined that was need a raised patient and healthcare professional knowledge of the need to use this technology properly and efficiently. Means we should have the proper knowledge and efficiently by the health providers and patients to use these mobile apps applications. And and finally, these are my sample of references that I included in the presentation files. And yep, thank you. That's all on my side.
Thank you, Mr. Fitness Waran. I have one question based on your presentation. Would you mind to share with us about the guarantee that the data that is clear when the patient or the participant input the data? How telemedicine can guarantee with us about the data that all data that input by the participant or the patient is clear? Would you mind to share with us about the guarantee, the data input? Thank you.
Okay, usually participants, when they use the telemedicine, there will be an app for them to communicate with the patient. Patients to communicate with their medical practitioners. So several questions will be asked to them, like the name, IC number, or where they're from, they're having any medical history. So all this data we will be stored in a proper way, in the proper database, so that the data will be owned like mismatching or it will be corrupted. So all those data will be properly secured and patients able to they able to use the apps without any like data loss or any phase of interruptions.
Thank you very much for your answers. Make applause for Fitness Waran. Moderator, we next to the other presenters, please.
Yes, sir. So that's all for today's presentation. We had another participant who joined us. I'll just check if he's there. If he's there, we can proceed with the presentation, or that's all for today. So, is there anyone representative from the paper titled Implementation of Markerless Augmented Reality in the Hockey Sport Education using the Android-based user-defined target method? I think we do not have any participants. So yes, sir, that's all for today's presentation. Thank you so much. Like you can, if you have any words, you can discuss.
Thank you very much for your information, moderators. It's the final. Okay. This is the final presentation. Not the other presenters. Sorry.
No, sir, that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
May I leave this meeting?
Yes, sir. So I would like to thank everyone on behalf of ICCRP. So the best presentation, the best paper will be declared tomorrow at the end of the conference. Looking forward to meeting you all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your conference. Bye-bye. See you next.